for somebody to talk to.
Good morning, everyone. We'll start the meeting with Pledge Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, agenda confirmation. Do we have any changes to the agenda?
Mr. Chair, just a couple of things to note. In your package, you would have had or been provided the human service claims. However, it is not listed on the consent agenda, so I just wanted to make note of that. So we perhaps could add it at number 12, or you can just, I guess, maybe with number 1.
We can add it with number 1, yeah.
Yep. That would probably make more sense. Another note, you were given or provided the Finance Committee meetings from yesterday. We did add an item, and it is on the agenda as well for abatements, but I just wanted to make a note that we did modify the agenda yesterday on finance from the original and added and discussed abatements. And I believe, one last thing on your consent agenda, number 6, the land use parks and rec, the lawnmower purchase. In that paperwork, in one spot, it says 2,000, a request for 2,000 and one request for 25. I just wanted to clarify the dollar amount was 2,500.
I think that's number 5, isn't it? I think it's number 5.
Yep, that's number 5.
Yep.
Oh, sorry.
Yep.
Yep, I had it written on number 6. You are correct. 2,500. So I just wanted to clarify that dollar amount. There was 2 different dollar amounts in the information.
Is there any other changes to the agenda, or additions or subtractions? All right, I'll entertain a motion to approve the agenda.
Motion approved.
Motion by Barry, do you have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Erica. Any discussion? Okay, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Motion carries. All right, minutes from last meeting. Are there any additions or corrections to the minutes?
I just had one under the Sheriff's Department, number 4, where it said approve the out-state travel. I just was thinking we should, because of it's out-state, we should give more detail as to what. So I just thought we should say for bear cat training and inspection. That was all I had.
I had one question, and so on number 2 under county administrator, so it's on page 2 of 3. So we approved his contract, but didn't we previously appoint him? Or we can't, or it was not official until we approved the contract?
Yes, the dollar amount in it was approved, but we didn't have the contract in hand at that point.
Because it says county surveyor appointment. We didn't really appoint him though, did we?
It is an official.
I thought we did.
We appointed him, but we already approved the appointment without the contract, didn't we? Or how did we do that?
Well, it came back a couple of times. So
Yeah.
go from memory. We had, it was really a contract or an agreement
Yeah.
outlining the scope of work.
Yeah.
So yes, we did appoint him, and maybe I'm missing the question.
So what my question is, we appointed him to be our surveyor, but we then we redid the contract.
Yes.
So in the minutes it says county surveyor appointment. We didn't really actually appoint him. We just.
Did we approve that resolution, 425-2C, on that day?
Yes.
And that resolution was.
And I believe the direction was that there were some suggestions and some contract language, and I was to take the contract and just reword, and that's all been completed.
Yeah, but in the minute, we didn't.
It just maybe doesn't reflect the way you.
Yeah, I don't know. It probably isn't a big deal, but I just.
But I think if the resolution 425-2C, the title of it is county surveyor appointment.
Okay, all right.
Right?
All right. I think that makes sense, yeah. Okay. Does anybody else have any corrections or additions to the minutes? All right, I'll entertain a motion to approve the minutes.
So moved.
Motion.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
I did have one, sorry.
Oh, sorry.
On page 2 of 3 on number 5, under county administrator report, I just thought the wordage was maybe not quite clear enough. Motion and second to approve a letter of support for the BEAD grant application. And then it's the next line, the request for $5,000 will go through EDA. I said probably should be recommend the financial request to go to EDA. I mean, because it sounds like we're ordering it.
Yeah, okay,
Oh,
got it.
yeah.
yeah.
And I
Rather
think
than
that's
suggesting and that they review
I
it.
think it's more their decision if they want to do that. Although we kind of recommended they did, but we didn't. That's not a. Anyway, that was all I did.
Okay.
So sorry for that.
No, that's fine. So are you guys good with adding
Yep.
that? You're good
Yep.
too? Okay. So do we have any further discussion? Okay, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed? All right, motion carries. All right, consent agenda. Is there any items that anybody would like to pull off of the consent agenda? All right, hearing none, I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Motion by Barry, do I have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Erica. Do we have any further discussion? Okay, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All right, motion carries. All right, open forum. Do we have anybody on the open forum? Nate, you have the... Thanks, Nate. All right, Jane Neubauer. Thank you. Please state your name and your address, and then we're good.
Perfect. So I'm Jane Neubauer. I work with Partnership for Health in the region. My address actually is Underwood, Minnesota, but I work regionally here in Clay, Becker, Ottertail, and Wilkin counties. I was here it was 2022, I think, and visited with you folks a couple of different times just talking about the need for the increase for dental access. And we have been diligently working over the past few years with our nonprofit providers in the region, and hopefully you're aware of the rollout of the Apple Tree Clinic. Erica was at our meeting last week, so that was pretty exciting. Apple Tree Dental is working with the city of Detroit Lakes they have a lease agreement in place to take over their public works building as of June 1st, and they'll do some modifications, some updates, and then they'll open the doors there to provide care as of July 1st. So we are really excited about that. There have been hundreds of people, literally hundreds, from Detroit Lakes and the Becker County area that have been served at Apple Tree already. So that is great news for your constituents and for the folks here in Detroit Lakes. In addition to that, we have been working with the schools. So all of our schools in the region, we've been meeting with them with their wellness committees. And we have 18 schools in the region, including all 3 of your schools here in Becker County, that have dental as part of their wellness committee work plans. So that's pretty cool. We've been busy doing dental education for all of the students this spring in partnership with, thank you for putting that up on the board, in partnership with dental hygienists from both Apple Tree and then Children's Dental Services, and some of the private practice dental hygienists as well. So I did give you a nice little summary and overview of the project and things that have been going on throughout the region. Our biggest project by far, though, has been here in Becker County. So thank you all for your support of that. Thank you for your involvement. We're really excited to continue to grow that clinic. It is currently operating about 2 days a week, but will grow with added staff. So actually, if any of you have kids, grandkids, or what have you that are interested in some great careers, I hope you would direct them to dental as a part of those health careers as well, because we have a very big need for dental professionals here in the region. They're great jobs, and there are lots of different programs available to help them. So the other big thing that we've done here in Detroit Lakes, we have a mobile clinic also that's offered for kids with Children's Dental Services. And it used to be at the First Lutheran Church here in Detroit Lakes. It was hosted there, and we decided to move that over to the elementary school. So it's currently being hosted at Roosevelt Elementary. And it's really gone well moving it to the school where kids they don't need to leave school. They can have dental care right at the school, and Parents don't have to take time off work and that kind of thing. So we're pretty excited about that. And then the last page of the handout that I provided to you just shows our dental access opportunities. When we started in 2020, the map on top shows where we're at today, and the map on the bottom shows the access opportunities that we had prior to this grant coming into effect. So there has been a lot of progress made in the last 5 years with dental access. Sadly, there's still a huge need for that as well. So we really are hopeful to continue to grow Apple Tree services to a full-time clinic here in the next few years as well. So any questions for me?
Mr. Chair, are you building a new facility? I heard you talk about the mobile. Did I miss because I know I was on the development authority with Detroit Lakes, and you're going to build in DL, and then you're going to build in Frazee.
Yep.
Has that come to fruition anywhere?
Thank you for bringing that up. So the original plan was that Northern Dental Access was going to build a new facility in Frazee. And as all projects do, it kind of ebbed and flowed and changed. Northern Dental Access decided to secure 2 additional buildings a little closer to their Bemidji office. And so they opened new facilities in Bagley and Park Rapids and withdrew their application to build in Frazee. And so as a result of that, Apple Tree Dental stepped up and they decided that they would open the facility here in Detroit Lakes. And so that has been actually operating on a more part-time basis since 2010, honestly. They were only serving kids at Essentia Health as an outreach. But that's where the new development is that they recently secured this building that was the Public Works building. And that will be opening up as a clinic, not necessarily full-time yet, but as a building of its own standalone building. So,
Thank you.
Yep.
I just want to say thank you for all of your work, because this meets such a huge need. And I mean, there's going to be continued need, but there's such a huge need for, especially those on medical assistants for dental needs. So just thank you for doing that work.
Thank you, Erica, and thank you again for being at the meeting and listening to all the information. So thank you again for your support. If there aren't any other questions, otherwise my contact information is in the handout that you have. Feel free to reach out anytime. Not only do I, do some of the administrative side of things, I also help people get access to dental care, which we have a lot of requests for that come in too. So feel free to reach out anytime. But thanks again for your support.
Thank you, Jane.
Yeah.
I just want to shout out to Annie Vegan too she's our public health nurse, and she does amazing work with all the dental referring and getting all that in order. So
She absolutely does, yes. Annie and Amanda as well. So thank you to both of those.
thank you.
Thank
All
you.
right, you guys have a good day.
Mr. Chair, just to note, this was on the agenda as a
Yeah,
placeholder,
yeah,
but
yeah.
she,
No, that's fine.
so
Yep.
we've got one item done.
That's good. All right, reports and correspondence. Who would like to go first?
I can go first. We had EDA. We did approve the RVIG grant, which I think is the BEAD grant that we had just discussed at the last meeting. So that should move forward. Just a couple updates on housing. Not a lot has changed. We have one opening in one of our public homes that will be coming up for a vacancy. We are currently assisting 57 families with an average house payment of $468. There's one voucher out looking for home housing, and then we have 115 applicants on the waiting list. Nothing else really changed in the other housing, other than I just wanted to say our West River Townhome, which is the long-term homeless supportive housing, recently had a MHFA inspection. And because of the Great Management Review, there will be no inspections required until 2027. So that's always nice. And then I, of course, have had the dental outreach, which we just learned about. And then just a couple of things for the Fair Board. Maybe Dave can include anything that I forget, but we were approved for a couple of the grants. And we also recently the Fair Board got approved for a $500 grant from DL Community, which will,
That was 5,000.
oh, 5,000. I missed the zero. And they're going to work on the schoolhouse and some extra benches by the schoolhouse. And then they're just working on, continuing to get sponsors for the
Rodeo.
events, the rodeo. Yep. I don't know if you have anything else to add.
No, they pretty much have their schedules all set, their entertainment schedule. And then just a reminder, the fair is July. Oh, I just had the dates in my head. Hold on. When is it? July 23rd to the 26th. And then also too, it's Thursday is senior day. So the pie and ice cream social, they're not going to have the program before this year. So they're just going to have the pie and ice cream social. They don't know what time yet, but I know last year there were 2 separate times and some of us showed up on time and some of us showed up late.
Mr. Chair, you
I
must
believe I was
really
there on
like
time.
pie.
And one other thing to note, they're working with Project 412, which I think the last couple of years they did a chocolate chip cookie contest
Yeah.
and a salsa contest, was it?
Yeah, salsa last year, chocolate chip cookie.
And this year they're doing a sugar cookie contest. They're going to have a plain and a decorated, and they're also working with Project 412 to get some murals out there on the building.
Yep.
That was all I had.
Who'd like to go next?
I was just clearing my throat. Go
Oh,
ahead.
yeah.
I'll go. I had a watershed meeting on the 16th of April, going through some rules revision and probably seen some stuff in the newspaper. I'd encourage you guys to reach out, as we will have 2 appointments next meeting, to reach out to current, former, or myself, watershed people, and just kind of figure out what's going on there. 23rd, I had a Prairie Lakes meeting, applied for the construction demolition grant that we applied for. That hub and spoke regional plan was approved by the MPCA, so that will be moving forward. The grant or the study will be moving forward. Also talked that this ash thing, so to reuse this ash in roads has become a big deal. We're going to apply for a CAP grant to create an ash recovery system. Currently, if you do drive down Highway 10, the intersection of 75 right before Wadena, Highway 75 going south, they're going to be using some ash in that road to reuse it. It makes the road stronger. They've already been doing it up in Polk County a lot. So that's our test project this year. Next year, Becker County's Highway 39 and 40, we will be putting ash into those roads. Also, one thing came through, they got some biohazard material into the Prairie Lakes. Prairie Lakes is the incinerator over in Perham, for those of you that don't know, but there's some biohazard that came through there, and they did figure out it did come from Becker County, so we had our guys go over to the hospitals and make sure that they're not putting biohazards into there, because that's a big no-no. Had a zoning ordinance review meeting, me and Barry sat in. So we're going to start meeting weekly. The first thing we're doing is we're following the DNR shoreland model ordinance guide to figure out our shoreland ordinance. It's already in place, but we're going to tweak it a little bit. Kyle's leading that there. We have planning and zoning.
Just to touch on that, it's very complicated because you have to, I mean, the DNR is a model ordinance is fine, and they have in their ordinance, they have extra ones that aren't required, but they're optional. So we're looking at those too. But what's hard for us is to incorporate all the things that we want that from our old plan, but it's how to reference things in the whole ordinance and comp plan. How do you reference those so you don't have things that are saying 2 different things at different parts of the whole ordinance? So, I mean, it's a huge undertaking, and I don't know if, I think this whole board, this is what commissioners' main or his most important duty is, to set this policy for. So, if it was me not on that committee, I would say I think this should be full board discussion rather than committee, because this is what you want moving forward. But if you want to, I would get very detailed briefs on it weekly as we move forward, because this is setting our whole, I mean, this is just the shoreline, but it
Yeah.
goes, I mean, it's all encompassing as we move forward. It's going to be the whole thing. And, you know, we had the company that was supposed to do this for us, and they have, all they did, I brought that packet with, and all they did was in the model ordinance, they just put the model ordinance in their ordinances, and so that's all it was. It was just, I'm looking through, it's like, this is the same as the model ordinance. That's all they did, put it in the other form. So it was, so it's difficult. We're going off from ours, the one suggested, and then the DNR. So it's very complex, and trying to figure out how not to say something where it affects something else in their ordinances and comp plan. So anyway, it's big.
It is complicated. That's why we're going to try to meet weekly. And like I said, we're going to start with the shoreline ordinance. When we're done with that, we're going to move to other things. So it is detailed. But if you want to know,
I think we said too, we're gonna try to finish part of something and not approve it. We want to approve the whole thing, I think, and maybe this one with the shoreline, it can be separate, but we have to be careful not to piecemeal and have conflicting statements within the whole thing. So it's big.
if you look at if you look at the zoning ordinance changes, in 1986, I think we went 6 years before we changed anything. And as time has went on, I mean, it was 4 times in 2017, I think we changed our zoning ordinance all to make them more usable, I think. But it is arduous, and it's going to be time consuming, but I think it'll be well worth it. Okay, planning and zoning, Eric and I had that. That'll be coming up later in the agenda here too. Richard and I had environmental on the May 1st, got some new hires. We're doing the organics rollout, so, and you'll see something in here. We're going to get some of the devices we need for this organics grant we got. Also talked about STS program cuts. The more I ask about this STS program, the less I know. I thought it is so complicated. The ICWIC guys and the STS guys, it's different. I thought, anyway, if those cuts happen, we'll have to decide where to find the money to replace them. I mean, these are the guys that mow our, parks and lake accesses and stuff.
That cut is happening, right? I mean, that.
Not for sure. It was in one of the languages that was put back in, I think in the Senate, was it? Sheriff, Senate or the House put it back in, but we still kind of expect it to be.
Steve said we should know by the end of May for sure. So
Okay, I thought there was already a date set for it, but I didn't know they put it.
I think in the original proposal, the date was set for it by July 1st, but that proposal hasn't passed yet.
And then I think that was the governor's.
Yep.
And
Yeah,
then
that was the governor's
The Senate
proposal.
put it in, and then I think the House has it out also. So it's not very likely, but there's always a chance.
we're also going to apply through environmental, we're going to apply for some CAP funding. It's going to be about 10, 12 grand for an architect for an addition onto the transfer station, moving the HHW building to a closer location, and some recyclable upgrades there. It's a 75-25 split. Now, what we're going to approve today is the architect to see what that would look like so we can apply for the grant. So it'll be a step-by-step process, but this is the first step, and we did approve that in our.
We did, and it, nobody wants to spend any more money. I don't want to spend any more money, but the problem is that garbage is a very expensive thing. And so we're looking at, maybe we lose these STS guys. If we lose this ICWIC crew that we have out there separating garbage now, that's going to be a big problem for us. So one of the things that we want out there is a fiber screen that would replace some
Manpower.
And we are looking at this building. The thing is that we're not going to take it out of the general fund. It'd come out of the environmental fund, the money that we're going to spend on it. And we do have to do, garbage is just going to, we're trucking garbage all the way to Grand Forks. And I don't know if anybody here knows about trucking. There's some farmers here. They know what it costs to run trucks, and trucks are very expensive. So we have to try, and I don't want to spend any money, but sometimes you have to spend money. And we're not going to do it,
It's for the grant.
Yeah, we're looking into it is what we're doing.
two things, that expansion of the transfer station that there's now, two things that would do, we're going to put we're going to apply to put a fire suppression system in there. We had a fire there a few years ago. We really need that. And I've talked to some people that fires have started during the day that they've had to put out. The one that got away started at night. So a fire suppression system would be a component of that. And if, losing STS, losing people, this new area in the transfer station would be to separate some of this stuff mechanically rather than by hand. And the same with the MRF, the recyclables. Some of this stuff would allow for less people out there.
They would, and if you've ever stood out there and watched, sometimes people throw away really good stuff. I just happened to be in there one day and they were pulling these 2x6s and 2x10s out of this pile. And so to throw that in our demo is ridiculous. And sometimes there's a lot of garbage on that floor, and it's part of the whole recycling thing and trying to keep stuff out of our demo landfill, trying to save what we can. People really like this reuse store. I keep, I don't know, all that stuff is sitting outside right now, and we do have to move it along, but we have a plan for if somebody doesn't buy it, then we're maybe going to reduce it and maybe try and give it away. But there is a lot of it and people really like it. And I guess that's another thing that we don't want to, try and keep stuff out of our landfills. And so that's, yeah.
Mr. Chair, I'm finished with my report.
Okay. Who else would like to go, who wants to go next?
I can just chime in too a little bit. We discussed, and Steve was at our Sheriff's Committee meeting, Dave and I were at. We figured out the cost for so we'll lose funding because we pay 75% of the STS person and 75% of the ICWIC person. So the estimated cost to replace that both of those would be about $20,000 each, so $40,000 for the two positions. And we have a list of STS duties and responsibilities that they do annually, and I'll just read it real quick. Dunton Locks, and I won't go through everything they do, but they do pretty much everything at Dunton Locks, everything at Middle Cormorant, Osage Swim, help at museum, help set up for events, including WeFest, County Fair, things at the Pavilion, Essentia, United Way, City Arena, help with numerous things there, townships, state DNR. We do charge the DNR for maintenance on their sites. So I think it was 2 years ago we started getting about 16 or 19,000 from the DNR to maintain their sites. So that will kind of pay for the position if you want to look at it that way. Parks and Rec, help with HUD and MMCDCs through EDA things. So, I mean, we do need, I think we need to keep those positions for what they do out at the transfer station and the services that they provide. And one of the things I said at our meeting was, we're a tourism-driven county in the summer, and maintaining a clean environment at these recreation spots is kind of essential for us. And if we don't have this crew doing it, we would have to hire someone. And in the past, when we didn't have access to it, we did hire a part-time person to help us do that. So pretty strong argument. Pardon me?
And that would be more than 40,000.
Well, it would be seasonal part-time. So, it might be, but that's two positions, it's 20,000 each, so. They also help with road ditch up, Becker County Food Pantry, and maintenance of.
And they also, there was two things that weren't on the list. I just remember one of them. They help with the fair. They mow the grounds in the summer, and they also help with garbage during the fair too. So
now there are some things that we could probably still use, but I think it's a state-owned band. So I mean, there's some things to work out. But shout out to Brian Rubenstein, who's really working well with us and trying to is with the sheriff, and sheriff's not in here yet.
Yeah, he's back there.
Oh,
In the corner.
you're behind the corner. Sorry. So I think we are very fortunate to have such good relationships with the state on this too. Anything to add to that, Todd?
No.
Okay. Thank you. Was there something I was supposed to mention in reports, Todd? I can't remember what it was. You wrote it down. What's it now?
Well, it ended up on the consent agenda. It was the donation of the old computers.
Oh, yeah, we think we wanted to note that we did donate computers to
Yeah.
the city of DL
Yeah,
that
we-
were old laptops. They had significant value, so anyone from the city of DL should really thank us and give us a really good bargains on what we're going to ask for later, so. We had a lot of stuff on the agenda. Our sheriff's meetings are really getting to be pretty long, Todd, so a couple things on the agenda. I won't go through those now.
I think
Anything you want to talk? Anyway, a lot of,
I think everything else is on the agenda.
I think most of that was on the agenda. Then Dave and I also had courthouse. We looked at a water fountain out here. You know, these water fountains are big deals to county. There's not a water fountain upstairs. Who want to take this bottle filler and maybe move upstairs and have a bottle filler and a spout, an old spigot that you can drink out of out here. So that might happen.
Run a hose up from downstairs.
Yeah. I think Carrie probably will be going over the architectural walkthrough in her report, so I won't touch on that. Judy has some more, she's guarding us against all threats from IT. So she had some updates for us and multi-factor authentication stuff that we discussed. And our emails are changing over to the .gov.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, well, what'd she say, July 1st?
And that was a requirement from,
The state.
I think it was a state requirement that we
Yeah.
have to change into the, yeah.
Yeah.
So what will it be, just Becker.gov?
Well, it's everyone's email, so, correct?
Yeah. Yeah, I think
Yeah, but what will it be?
she said what it was. Becker's .gov, I think, yeah.
Something like that. I might be off a little bit.
Okay.
We
We'll
ha-
find out.
Yeah. And your old
Sheriff-
email.
Sheriff, what did I have, what did I miss?
The Guardian Fleet move.
The Guardian Fleet.
I don't think he remembers.
Code 4,
Oh, the code.
with our squad cars.
Okay, yep.
Oh, yeah.
That was the last one.
To the different company. The West Side, what's the name of the new?
So we used to be with Code 4.
Code 4
To
now,
do,
okay.
to put our equipment in, and there's such a delay. They're so busy, and I think they have a contract that supersedes all local things. So they are, what would you say, 2 years behind on some of our equipment?
To get all of ours done, it would be about 2 years.
So we're looking at a place, it's called Guardian Fleet down in Clear Lake. Clear Lake, between Clear Lake and Clearwater, somewhere down there.
Yep.
So, and they're looking at using those, and a lot of places are moving to that because they're a lot more time sensitive for us. They would take in our old equipment and outfit other vehicles too also, so there's some trade-in value that we thought was good. So Sheriff Glander, anything to add to that?
They will come up and get our squads to take them down and deliver them.
Yeah. So unfortunately, Code 4, I think is a very local one, but they're good for them. They are so busy with other permanent contract that they can't even
Like
take the local.
the state,
So.
if they need something done, they have to do it first.
Okay, thank you, Todd. Where were we on courthouse?
Courthouse,
We went over our recruitment policy and how we put veterans preference in our recruitment and job, or how we do the hiring. Looked at an AI policy.
I think they're all in,
They're in the agenda.
I believe.
And we found that we had we got a kind of a demerit for our audit because we had a small cash fund in the assessors that wasn't noted in the,
Yeah,
so.
that was it.
Anything to add?
I don't think so.
We had, Richard and I had NRM. We're going to be visiting the site later, so we won't go over that, about the shelter and the old site. Did we accept the donation update or for the shelter? We will be, if we get more donations, they'll come in all at once. Chuck Church was here and he twisted our arms to give him whatever he wanted, and that was on our consent agenda. If you didn't notice that, we purchased a brush mower, walk behind brush mower to clear trails. That will be a county owned. We did make a donation of, was it $200 or $2,500 to
2,500.
the Heartland Trail? I tell you what, the hours that they put in, and I think we were recognized, and I say we generously because I didn't have anything to do with it. Thank thank those that are on the Northland Trail Committee and do the work. They're recognized as one of the best on the trail, and shout out to them and shout out to just all the hard work that they've done. The volunteer hours are just incredible. Jim, the trail routing study's on the agenda. That's on the agenda. Anything else to add? Anyway, anything else to add to NRM?
I'll just say that Chuck Church, his heart is really, I'm not sure how old he is, and maybe I'm not even supposed to say.
Aren't you in the same age?
He's a little older than me, but he's got more energy than I do.
He gets out
And he
there.
really puts his heart into that job. He does a really good job with our trails. That's what I'll say. And then also, I just add that, we still have the tribe coming to our meetings, and every meeting it's better, and they're really a couple, most of the time there's just two guys there, but they're really a couple good guys, and we're getting a better and better relationship with them.
Yeah, they're very helpful.
They are.
They give us a nice report. I also had Lakeland Mental Health doing well financially, so that's always one of our work things. And Becker County's site is, I think their psychiatry is doing better than most, so that's a positive. We recognized some employees that had their 5-year anniversaries at the board meeting, and then we went out and took them out to lunch afterwards. So it was nice to have some dialogue with employees. But so that went well. The other meeting I went to, or I represented, I don't know if I represented the board, but I represented the Buffalo Red Watershed, our district, and they had a meeting talking about the Upper Red Buffalo River Restoration Project. And there was numerous people from Becker County, because this is all within Becker County, speaking against it, and not so much the project, but how it was funded. I think we're probably well aware that this was this is a capital improvement project, and it's in their comprehensive plan. They listed as a capital improvement plan that states that it should be maintained by the watershed for the lifespan of the project, and now they're stating that they want to put a water fee, and Bill would have more details on all that, but I won't bore you with that. So we were opposed to it. It's my opinion that they need a conditional use permit from the county to move forward with this, and they have not reached out for that. They have not started that process. They have not come to this board once to even discuss any of the project, and it's completely within the county. I stated the concern about how are you not coming to this board and talking about this project prior to taxing people within Becker County. So I guess we'll continue to look at that. So
Well, we don't have any representation there, and
we might after today.
And we even even when we did we only have one guy down there, and that board is not. And I've talked to him extensively. They don't hardly acknowledge him. He doesn't. It's not a good place for Becker County down there, and so it's to lay it all on our farmers up here is ridiculous. And the problem is that, and I've even talked to some of these farmers about it, we should be keeping that sediment out of the river. So why are we going to go and spend all this time cleaning it out? And it's, it seems to me that a lot of watershed boards are doing things backwards and upside down, and they don't make a lot of sense. But I do believe we have to maybe clean that sediment out of there, but let's keep it out of there in the first place. Let's start doing things right, because we haven't been. But
Well, I think if you want to talk about this project specific, and the project necessarily isn't a bad project. I think where the problem comes in is such a large project, and if you review the project, it has to put a lot of levees in there to make sure that it doesn't break over and go the route it is now. Because what happened, it broke out of the old river bed and jumped and made a new course, a straight. Because there's a lot of fall there. So my concern is, so this might be a good project, slows the water, makes a nice meandering path for it. But in my opinion, the odds of this failing in the future are significant enough to where this, it's a it's a big project. It's about a $4 to $5 million project. And I think this is on the main channel. So, I mean, this is like it says in the old Buffalo Red Watershed Comprehensive Plan, this is a capital improvement project that should be paid for by and maintained by the full watershed. It's not a small project where these watershed districts that's what the use of that was for, if you have a small project that benefits those landowners would help pay for that. That's what this watershed district these districts were made for, and that's my opinion. And I think, I don't know if Bill, you agree, but if you have a benefit area that's benefiting from something, then they can pay for it. But there's no benefit for this group of landowners to fix this part of this main channel of the river solely. I think, if you want to tax the whole watershed for that, then that would be more appropriate. You can always go into cost benefit, but we won't go into that discussion today because you could argue that all day that it doesn't show a cost benefit. But anyway.
Yeah, well, and that's part of our problem too, is none of the people that want us to pay for it are up here paying for it. They're all down there.
Well, I think you have to go into any, especially when you're talking about low land versus high land. You put a pail. The saying was, you put a pail of water between two farmers, they're going to fight over where it goes. That's the way it is, and you have to work through that.
Yeah.
But,
Well,
anything else to add on appointments or on reports?
Anybody else got anything? I got a couple. I'll be quick. So I better turn my mic on so everybody can hear. Huh, Jerry? You can't hear me. All right. So Lakes Country Service Co-op, we had a meeting. Basically, they're going through. There's some budget issues they had to revise. So we did that. We're also updating some policies. So those are all fun things. And then one other thing that happened, there's a bunch of things that happened at the meeting, but one thing that stuck out was the Lakes Country Service Co-op got one-time funding a number of years ago from the state to purchase 8 outfitted welding training trailers, or welding trailers that have training welders on them, and then they rent them out to their various members, and then they can learn how to learn. Mainly it's for schools, that kids can learn how to do career and tech education. So anyway, they've basically used up their lifespan of those. So now they are donating the welders and the trailers, and some schools are taking schools and organizations are taking trailers, and some are taking welders, and they're donating them. So
Nice.
yeah, So it's that was kind of a cool thing. I never really, they could sell them, but they figured it would be better to donate them to the members of the organization. And then also in July, can't remember the dates right now, is the annual Service Co-op State Conference. So anyway, I just figured I'd mention that. Then I also went to my first West Central Economic Development Board meeting. Boy, that was pretty interesting. I'd never been to one of those. I took it over for Erica. And anyway, so one of the things they did is they gave us the year almanac. So if anyone wants to look at it, you can dig through it. It just shows what they do and the people involved in the organizations, and so it's kind of cool. And then also we'd had the main portion of the meeting was a discussion. Was a facilitated discussion on what concerns do we have in our region, what challenges, and what ideas can you do to make it better. And one of the big discussions was in next July 4th, and I don't know how to pronounce, I don't know the exact term for it, but it's our country's 250th anniversary. So they want West Central Initiative which and the Economic Development Board want to celebrate that. So they're looking for ideas and possible things that you can do in communities to promote this and celebrate that in next July. So that was one of the big discussions. And also too, because the legislature was on a break before Easter, Senator Jordan Rasmussen from District 9 was there. He has Otter Tail, part of part of Douglas as Grant and Traverse counties. So he was a very interesting guy. He seemed very supportive of a lot of stuff that we are interested in. But, all right, then my last meeting I had a DAC meeting. So at the DAC, we're having an architect come in and maybe possibly even draw plans, or architect / building consultant. We want to expand the building to the south, and because we need more space. So we're going to possibly look at that and get some plans and some costs and so forth. And then we were able, that letter that we signed, I don't know, about a month ago, or approved for the grants for the swings. We applied for it. Hopefully we get it. Our executive director is pretty excited about getting those. I can't remember the name of those either now anymore. And then we're also adding 8 more employee parking spots on the north end of the building. And then there's a really bad piece of tar in between the main garage and the actual building that's going to get fixed too. It's getting done. The guy that's doing it is going to do it for a really good price. He has a son that goes to the DAC, so I think he wants it. Just make sure that things go well there. But anyway, our employees have been parking on that street, and I don't know if you know the street to the west of the DAC. It's really not a very good street to park on. So I think that's a needed thing. And then we're also going to lease a new vehicle because we got to hire a couple more people, so we need another vehicle for them to transport clients. And that's all I have. Anybody else have anything else for reports and correspondence? All right, let's move on to appointments. Buffalo Red Watershed District.
Well, Mr. Chair, I think I have someone that's reluctantly maybe willing to serve, but I just want to make sure that there's nobody else here looking to serve in any capacity on a watershed board, is there? The Buffalo Red Watershed Board is seeking an application for a fill-in a term, and would you, Bill, prefer not to speak? And why don't you just come up, give your name and address for Peggy, so she's got, she can forward any literature for you. Did I say reluctantly?
That's a big sigh.
So currently, Becker County has allowed 1 member on the Buffalo Red River Watershed District, and it has none. I had served in that position, I think it was 85 to 2000.
Can you state your name?
Oh, my name, excuse me, is Bill Steffel from Callaway, Minnesota. Yeah. Anyway, I'd served on there for 15 years, and then after I left, there was John Hansen was on there for 25, and then the last appointment was fairly short. And right now you're without a member. And as Barry had mentioned, there's a project going on in my area. I think it'd be good to have some representation on the board. I don't know what we can do or if things will change or what, but at this particular time, I guess I'd be willing to serve for a period of time. I don't know how long.
Not the 15 years?
Not the 15 years. But for the time being, yeah.
Mr. Chair, I'd move to appoint Bill Steffel as our representative for Becker County for the Buffalo Red Watershed District.
Second.
All right, so we have a motion and a second. Do we have any further discussion?
Just to make sure it's to fill the vacancy on our board, vacancy term.
Okay. Amended.
Okay. Do we have any further discussion? Okay, all in favor?
Just make sure there's no requirements for time, or we can reappoint as soon as possible, right? We don't have, there's no time restriction or for posting, and we had no other interest. So. And I mean, I think we've kind of banged some doors down asking for people to, and we found one, but it's not at this moment. So.
Yeah. Yep.
Well, thank you very much.
Okay. So
Yes, thank you.
Carrie or Peggy, can we keep, like, when the terms run out, when all that information, I'd like to collect that for all of our appointments going forward, so we know exactly what we're dealing with the bylaws and stuff. Okay.
All right, so we have a motion and a second. All All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Or opposed? All right, motion carries. Thank you, Bill.
Thank you, Bill.
All right, so next thing we have.
Bill, you were on the advisory board after that also, weren't you? For a few years, because we served on that together, I think, so.
So then, just, do you want to do this one, Carrie? Or do you want me to, then, the Pelican Watershed, just information about the public?
I can, sir.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, that's just on, the next appointment for Pelican Watershed District is just on for information. So looking to appoint, there's 2 seats that will be up for reappointment. And the advertisement is out there. We just decided internally here in administration to extend that up until our next meeting. I know I have at least, well, not at least, I know there's been one person recently that's reached out that's interested in appointment, but there are 2 seats. So I just wanted to put that on your radar. So we'll put that on for our next meeting.
Okay.
And we do have 2 board members for the Pelican River Watershed here. Were you guys, are you just observing or?
Yeah, I think that was it.
Okay,
Okay.
all right.
I guess, Bill G. Chris Jaskin, I live in Detroit Lakes, and I'm a board manager for the Pelican River Watershed. And I would echo Phil in that if you have any questions, there's a lot that's been going on there. Please reach out to us if you have any questions. I'd be more than happy to clear the air on that.
So Chris Jaskin is a board member and Lori Olson right next, they're both board members for the Pelican River Watershed, of which I served before I took this position.
I know there are 2 openings, and I know that Scott Busker he's been filling the term that.
My term, right.
Phil. And he's done a wonderful job, so I guess I would just encourage you to reappoint him.
Okay, let's move on to our county administrator.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a few things to report on. I wanted to give a shout out. I happened across this information on social media. The DL Buzz really talked about, I don't know if any of you others have seen this, but they really were, started with one very positive comment about our DMV. And then it just kind of snowballed from there with additional positive comments about how helpful the DMV staff is. And yeah, so I thought that was really nice to see. So I did screenshot it and sent it to the supervisors so they could make sure that they could recognize.
Carrie, another shout out to Human Services. My wife and her brother met with regarding a family member and just had such a good experience with our community health department. So just a shout out to them, saying that we met on site and had my wife commented how well they interacted and how they worded things to make it just so much more acceptable. Just such a good handling of this, of adults. We'll just leave it at that without getting into detail on, but just to thank you for their work.
Okay.
I just like comment on DMV. Since I've been on the board in the last 2.5 years, we've had a lot of positive comments about our DMV and how it's well it's run and how helpful they are in there, how friendly they are. So, and that's great because everybody's got to go to the DMV. So it's a great thing for Becker County and for our.
And we mentioned to get a compliment in the time of this real ID crisis that we're, and actually, I think it is a crisis. I mean, because people will be restricted from traveling if they don't have a real ID or a passport. So I think shout out to our local staff. I wish the state would get their ducks in a row in many of their ways, but it's a difficult time over there because that's a long process and it's easier to get a passport than a driver's license.
Right.
All right, go ahead, Kira.
The other thing that was briefly referenced, and I won't spend a lot of time on this because I know we'll have some further discussion with regards to county space, but there was a walkthrough of the jail, and we did do the prisoner walkway with the architect. And really, I was looking for just the confirmation that the jail it is a potential to be demoed and bars removed, et cetera. And I did find some old feasibility studies that he did review, et cetera. So it was confirmed that that can be basically gutted, bars taken out, and a third floor can be added if that's usable space that we want to look at potentially down the road for any needs that we might have. I did receive a joint letter. I don't know if any of you have seen this. You can certainly take a look at this, but I found it noteworthy. It was a joint letter written by Inter-County Association, Association of Minnesota Counties, and MRC to the legislature and as well as the governor on behalf of all counties and the concerns of cost shifts with all of these mandates, or unfunded mandates, if you will, and the fact that this will potentially, for many counties, impact them negatively with double-digit, levy increases just for that portion without really even taking into consideration all of the other mandates that we have and employee wages and union contract negotiations and all of those kinds of things. So I do have a copy. It was well written and it was sent off. It was dated May 1st. So if anybody wants to see this, you can certainly take a look. The last thing I have on my report is we were able to fill the Assistant Veteran Service Officer position that was offered and accepted. We may have a little bit of a delay in the start time. Tierra was negotiating that. He is still on orders and active duty and was negotiating leaving on the active. So anyway, we're getting the date down, so he will be a nice addition to that office. So we will be fully staffed there. So that will be very nice for our local veterans.
Mr. Chair, Carrie, was that one of the people that was in the pool?
Yes.
So
they went through both of these pools, as I've met, and many of our pools in the county for vacancies have been very large pools. And this is a very large pool, and there was 2 rounds of interviews that were conducted, and he was selected from the second round. So yes, we're excited to have those positions filled, and that will be very nice locally. So the other thing that I do have on that's listed, the first item is resolution 525-1B, and this is regarding, and in your packet, the former board minutes were placed in there for reference, just for memory. And if you recall, this board had, there was leftover grant money that was, we'll say, allocated or was left over, and the decision of this board was that if there were matching funds that were available for this requester, that we would allow for these funds to be released. Is Tammy, do you want to, in case there's any questions, Tammy is here representing, I don't know if there's, I'm rambling on, so if there's something you want to add.
Great job. You're doing a great job.
So I'll maybe stop there. Do you want to maybe pick up and just reference kind of what your request is?
Sure. I'm Tammy Anderson. So I'm the Child Care Project Manager for Becker, Pope, and Ottertail. And so I'm a grant-funded position through West Central Initiative. So I've been doing that for 3-4 years. It's all a blur, but it's all good stuff. So yeah, so what Carrie is referencing is, and so some of you might be aware, but we started the Early Care and Development Foundation back in 2022 with some of the leftover ARPA money that was deemed for childcare. And we created this fund in order to help retain and grow childcare throughout Becker County. And it's been really pretty life-changing. I don't know if I have time just to share some updates, but it would be good for you just to be aware. So like right now, in Becker, we have 56 licensed family child care providers, 3 full-day year-round licensed child care centers, 1 full-day school year licensed child care center, and 4 certified child care centers. Then we have 7 family child care providers in White Earth and 3 licensed child care centers. One interesting stat I want you to be aware of, which is another reason this is so important, this money we're referencing, is I reached out to, this is particularly to family child care providers, just to see how long they've been in business. 40% have been in business for over 20 years. 35% have been in business between 11 and 20 years, which is great. And it's amazing we have such longevity and good quality childcare. But yeah, Erica's face says, yeah, eventually they're going to want to retire. So we need to make sure we are replacing and retaining our younger ones. And we put in a lot of, not younger ones, but that haven't been in the business as long. So we want to make sure that we retain them. So that's something we're watching on. So with the Early Care and Development Foundation, and it's set up with a committee of multiple people that oversee this fund, which is a fund through West Central Initiative. Since that started back in 2022, we've impacted over 400 children in Becker, 5 communities, Audubon, Detroit Lakes, Frazee, Lake Park, and Ogama. 40 childcare providers were awarded grants. That's both family childcare and center-based. We've awarded over 30,000 in growth of childcare and over close to 30,000 in the retention of childcare. Like right now, our Early Care and Development Foundation had just opened a new round yesterday. So as a county, it'd be great to help spread the word about that. And I know Cody Piper, who's on, is doing a great job helping us spread the word. And then with what's going on with the county and that deed money that you were able to acquire is just an added bonus. So that's just kind of an update. So this money that is kind of left over that we're talking about today, we did receive matching dollars of $25,000, which is one of the requirements. So our request is to get that moved over so we can start making additional impacts for childcare throughout Becker County. So any questions on anything?
Mr. Chair, Tammy, you
Yeah.
said you had 56 licensed daycare providers in Becker County. How many infants, youth does that serve?
Well, and I've got that in a different report. Maybe I can email it to you. I don't have that number right in front of me. I didn't bring that. But one of the interesting questions we did ask them, the family providers, of how many of you are not serving infants or toddlers. And I think it was about 25% could take more infants, could take more toddlers. And there were a variety of reasons that they weren't. So some examples were it just takes a lot more effort, and they already had so many other kids. If they had a helper, which maybe this fund could help, even if it's 11 to 2 during the really difficult times or challenging times through meals and naps, would they take more infants and toddlers? And many of them said, yes, I would do that. So that's one of the things our ECDF is exploring. How can we increase infants and toddlers with our current providers now? And then, of course, growing new ones. But I'd be happy to email you those stats on that little report that we did, so.
Yeah, that's great to hear because infants and toddlers are the largest need. I mean, we're so short. You hear stories of people that even before they find out they're pregnant, they're, looking for slots and don't find them when the baby's born and they're ready to go back to work. So, I mean, it's a huge, huge need.
It is,
And
it is.
really throughout the whole state, but.
Yeah, it's interesting family planning. That's kind of one of the big, indicators of can we find a place for my child? And people are being very creative. A lot of grandparents driving an hour to watch their grandchildren because there is nowhere for them to go. Employers saying, hey, we need this because I can't attract or retain people because there's not childcare. We are exploring some neat opportunities too with the county. Cody's on, I don't know if he wants to comment, but if any of you want to reach out, and I'd be happy to come and have some further conversations with the pod models, looking for land. It looks like Deed just opened up a new opportunity yesterday that looked pretty promising. So we're trying to get ahead of some of those opportunities, looking at land, maybe putting some pods on there, but really being purposeful about it. We're a little low in preschoolers. There seems to be some gaps where providers don't have as many preschoolers, which is the bread and butter of childcare centers and preschool or family childcare. So before we build a ton of things, we want to make sure it's wise and purposeful in what we're trying to accomplish. So, but if anybody wants to have a further conversation about that, or wants to come meet the Early Care and Development Foundation team, be happy to make that happen. So.
Any other questions for Tammy? All right, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
time he knows how to use a microphone. Thank you. You're the only one. First time.
My mom was going to talk loud. Well, I was a childcare provider, and they talk about.
I'll make a motion to approve Resolution 525-1B.
Okay, so we have a motion by Erica. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Richard. Any further discussion? Okay, all in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? All right, motion carries. All right, Carrie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The next item is the Northwest region of the DNR, and I think they're all perhaps coming in.
I was wondering, like, who are all these people?
Sorry. Come on up, yes, please.
Just go ahead and state your name.
Sure. Ben Berge and Chairman Meyer, thank you for having us today and the rest of the board. As I said, my name is Ben Berge, and I'm the Regional Director for Minnesota DNR. Fairly new to the position, so in the past you would have heard from our Regional Director, our past Regional Director, Teresa Ebengay would have been here, so you may remember her. And I was just recently appointed to the position in, excuse me, in October of 2024. I'm joined today by several of our team, both from Bemidji, and I won't go through everyone because we have quite a contingent of folks here, but our area manager, or excuse me, our regional managers from many of our DNR divisions, and also the local staff. And some of you may recognize some of the local staff because they're involved with staff here at the county and work very closely. You should have had a handout in your packet. I'll briefly go through that, but as we're here today just to be here to know that DNR is here to work with the county, answer any questions you may have. I know there's some things that I talked to the county administrator about that you may have some questions on not too long ago. And so just want to make sure that we have good lines of communication and know we're here as a resource. One of the things that I bring to this job is I like to think of DNR as your DNR. Internally, we talk about how we work together, but externally, we are really here to work within communities. And that's what I bring to this position, and an expectation to our teams and how they work with you and your county government. And so just quickly here, I'll go through what we have on the handout that you have, some of the highlights. I won't cover it all, but there's quite a bit that goes on here in Becker County. We have 48 aquatic management areas. I'll just hit some of the big ones here. 5 different state forests, obviously hit up on Itasca State Park. PWAs are very prominent here with 33 wildlife management areas, hunter walking trails, 69 miles of grant and aid OHV trails, and 321 miles of snowmobile grant and aid trail. And so the conservation and recreation are a big part of people coming here, people that live here, and also people that recreate here. And DNR is happy to be a participant in that ability to offer that here for people.
Ben, is the state trail the Heartland Trail?
Yep. So Heartland State Trail obviously eventually will be completed all the way westward. Segments getting done, to the east of us here. It wasn't too long ago, I was at a ribbon cutting, I think, over near Frazee, so.
Do you know how many miles that we have in Becker County on the Heartland?
I can't answer that. I can get that for you on how many completed.
I'm sure I've heard it, but I was just curious.
Yeah, I can't tell you the exact that's
I
completed.
think that would be, in a literature like this,
Sure.
We're bragging that we have all these things, so.
Yep. No, I can get that. We'll add that next time. That's a good point. Appreciate that. Public lands in the county, and this may be a topic you probably will want to discuss. We have just over 130,000 acres of DNR managed lands here in the county, which is about 6% of the county land base. PIL payments for 2024 are just shy of 750,000, you can see. Some of the successes over the last year or so since we've been here, and just sort of a little bit more about us. We have 29 full-time employees that work here in the county and 29 part-time or seasonal staff. The Straight River Groundwater Management Project has been something or the report, I should say, the monitoring report on the water is complete and is available on our website. And as Nathan Kestner, our Ecological and Water Resources Manager, told me on the way down, we continue to look at nitrate issues and continue to collaborate on work related to this. We collaborate with the county on shoreland-related regulations and decisions. Our work down here, Little Mantrap Lake SNA is a new acquisition protecting 231 acres. That's fairly new. New native prairie easement on private lands. And then just collaborating with the county on different projects here. You'll see there's one on Buck Mill Dam and then also providing some input on a shelter. I'm not going to go through the entire back, but there's quite a bit there. I don't want to read that. You can read that in your leisure. But DNR is obviously very involved in this county. And again, I want to make sure you're aware of and know that we have an open door policy, if you will. All the staff do. We're obviously here as leadership in the division, but I know the importance of the local staff in those relationships locally, and it's really the local staff that understand the nuances of what's going on here. But I think it's important to have connections to leadership within the agency as well. Very soon after I was appointed into this position, I actually reached out to your county administrator and had the good fortune to be able to meet with her. And so look forward to be able to continue that relationship as we go forward and be happy to answer any questions. I know there's a few projects that may be out there, and so if I can't answer them, I'll call on someone from my team to be able to do that.
Ben, Mr. Chair, Phil Hansen, an important one to me is the Eagle Lake access.
Yep.
Are you familiar with it?
I am.
Okay.
I am. Yep.
Then I won't say any more.
Okay, so yep, Eagle Lake, we became aware of that, I'd say in the last 6 to 8 weeks or so. Actually, I had stopped down and met with the administrator. And so DNR does have and if there is an interest, I should say, for DNR to be involved in acquisition on that, we are interested. We are aware that there is some individuals that are currently may have a purchase agreement in place. I'm not aware of the exact details, but one thing that perhaps we could do is I'll leave a card if you or someone on the board has a contact for us. I know we've been struggling to try to get a contact to get involved, but just met yesterday with agency leadership folks I work with. And we definitely have if there is a willingness of the parties involved, we definitely have an interest there. And if the board would support that, we are ready to get involved in that conversation.
It's good to hear.
I'm thankful that you help us with the county facilitate that, and I like your card.
Good.
Afterwards.
Excellent.
I think the people that are looking to purchase it, I mean, they want to keep it as a public access.
Yep.
So, I mean, that's the good news. So.
Yeah, let me speak to that just a little bit. So I haven't been on site. I may try to actually get by there today. I've looked at aerials of it and staff have been there, but I believe there's more than just a public water access there. There's probably some playground material and such. I will say that our interest would be in maintaining it as a public water access. Maintaining a park-like facility there would not be within sort of the scope of our public water access program.
Collaboration between the county
Absolutely.
and the
Sure.
DNR.
Yep.
Managing some of those accesses.
Yep, we can figure that out. And again, great point. We really rely on working together to figure these things out, and we do have some great partnerships there.
And if you can't get over to see it, I have pictures on my iPad.
Excellent. I have them. That's how I knew what was there.
Mr. Chair, and Ben, congratulations on your position, and welcome to Becker County. What is the difference between the AMAs and the SNAs?
Sure. So an AMA is an aquatic management area managed through our Fish and Wildlife Division, generally provide habitat protection along shorelines, protect that for, the aquatic species that may use those shorelines for different purposes. Also provide some terrestrial protection along those, obviously, for benefits. And our state natural areas are actually our most special ecosystem types across the state, managed through our Ecological and Water Division, Eco Waters. And those places are, like I said, some of the most special, unique resources that we have in the state and managed for those purposes. Obviously not a lot different than a state park when we think of them. There's not parking lots and trails. They're obviously open. They're public lands, but they are extremely, in a lot of cases, sensitive ecosystems and plants and other communities there that we look to protect that provide the overall sort of balance of our ecosystem.
So AMAs, you are more accessible, or you promote more accessible on an AMA than an SNA?
Depending on the AMA. Okay. Yep, I would say depending on the AMA. Yep.
One thing I think this board in the past anyway has always supported the AMA AMAs that have come through, because I think we recognize the importance of natural areas on lakes. If we, it's not, it's just healthy for the lake, and it makes our aesthetic so much better if you have natural lakes, natural
Right.
portions on the lake. So thank the DNR for doing those projects. In my tenure here, I don't think the relationships have been really so good that I don't think there's been a purchase or a project that you brought to this board that we haven't approved. I think, and I've been on now 20 years, but I think that goes to say, what this board is, you have an idea where this board is, what they're thinking, and the working and discussing projects prior to bringing them here, I think is the key to having that success and collaboration.
Yeah, absolutely. Early coordination is good no matter what the project is, but I do think it also deserves a shout out to the county staff and also to our local DNR staff. That doesn't, that's where those relationships start. So I do just want to give a shout out to those folks. Absolutely. Thanks for all the work they do.
Does anybody else have any questions for Ben?
Well, I just want to say the Bucks Mills project, I think is kind of, I think, and I'm sure there's people that don't like it, but I think it's a feather in the hat of both the DNR and the county working to get that out, and then creating that new stream bed for fish migration.
Yep.
And I think it's going to be a beautiful site to go out and visit.
Absolutely.
When it's done.
I just want to thank all of you guys that are here for all the things you've done.
Mr. Chair, could we have, since they came down and took the time to come,
yeah, I
can
was
we have
just
you
saying, could you-
introduce
yeah.
yourselves and tell us what you're?
Yeah, please, that would be great.
I guess I'll start. I'm local here out of Detroit Lakes. I'm an assistant forestry manager. Been here for a long, long time. But, local guy.
Good morning, Cheryl Kelly Gilby. I'm the Assistant Director for the Division of Lands and Minerals stationed in Bemidji. Our team does all things licenses, easements, leases, acquisitions. My staff covers those types of items. We assist our other divisions in their needs with trespass issues or just problem resolution.
Rob Baden, I'm the area wildlife supervisor here in Detroit Lakes. Recognize quite a few of you. I deal with all the wildlife management areas that we have in western Becker County. And this time of year, a lot of depredation, a lot of beaver issues and stuff.
Morning. My name is Nathan Kessner. I'm a Northwest Regional Manager with the Division of Ecological and Water Resources. So the programs that come to mind that would be of most interest to you would likely be things like shoreline regulation, public waters permitting, groundwater permitting, things like feedlots, irrigation, straight river groundwater management area. We also oversee the SNA, the Scientific and Natural Areas Program, native prairie banks, and then last but not least, aquatic invasive species. Our staff work very closely, hand in hand, across all those different programs. Thanks for having us. Really happy to be here.
Thank you.
Good morning, I'm Mark Wachagalupi. I'm with the Regional Fisheries Program, and I would supervise Nathan Olson, would be your local area contact. And we're trying to make, sustain and improve fishing for Becker County. And as you mentioned, the aquatic management areas, thank you for your support of those over the years. And technical support for projects like the Bucks Mill Dam renovation. So things like that, thank you.
I'm Eric Thorson. I'm the area wildlife supervisor at Basin Park Rapids, and we handle the eastern half of the county, doing population surveys. We maintain our walking trails and the inlets, Smoky Hill State Forest, coordinate the forestry, vegetation management, forest management, and then have a lot of use of wildlife issues with
Yeah. Chairman, if you wouldn't mind, I do have one topic.
One more back here.
You got one more.
Sorry, Mary Beth. Thanks, Mary Beth. Couldn't see you back there.
You're gonna have to make amends there.
I am. I couldn't see her back there, so thank you. Mr. Chairman, if you wouldn't mind, I do have one topic I do want to bring up that I failed to.
I was probably going to ask about it, so go.
And that topic is the Heritage Forest Project. This is the need to be able to bring closure to the work that we've been doing. So as most of you are probably aware, DNR has been involved in this project, looking at lands, not just here in the county, but across many counties. And here in Becker County, there's 200 acres that had been through, actually through and in front of the board before for I'll say preliminary approval for DNR to acquire through this process. And these are potlatch lands that the conservation had acquired. And I believe there was a actual letter of support that that we had received regarding this in the past. We do need at some point here in the near future to get an official board resolution to approve this action, not today, but Kent behind me from forestry at some point will probably be back before you, and perhaps we can coordinate with Administrator Smith on this to get that back in
Mr. Chair,
front of
we
the board.
did that a month ago, didn't we? The potlatch stuff? I saw some.
That was different.
Oh, okay.
That was out in Eastern.
It was. Yep.
Mr. Chair, I think, well, the topic that I was going to talk about has some relationship to this. What are we going to do about the PILT payments? In the governor's proposal, it's significant cuts, and this, I mean, we get promised purchase these lands, and these PILT payments will keep coming, and now we're talking a possible $250,000 loss of revenue, and we're supposed to supplement that out of our taxpayers. So I mean, it's a big concern, and I think the governor's slashing of these programs is going to come back to these type of discussions, saying we can't afford to pay your guys' property tax.
No, I appreciate the question. And
Barry, give him a break. We want him to come back.
No, I appreciate the question. And if we have any more specific questions, we are lucky to have, as Cheryl Kelly Doby introduced herself, but I can speak to this in general. So I think it's important to know that this was part of the governor's budget. And I will say it was not proposed by DNR, but obviously part of the governor's proposed budget. Understanding and appreciate your comments, what it means here locally. And again, I like to think of our DNR staff here in the region as being part of your community and understanding the needs. And so you're not the first person to share these comments with us. And so we have these conversations as we go back and talk to our teams of folks as well. At this point, I just want to reiterate, it was in the proposed budget. Obviously, many of you understand government process, but I think there's a lot of folks out there that don't. And so when they see that, they automatically think, well, this has already been approved. I have no insight greater than all of you do, but I can tell you from things I've seen, I have not seen sort of any traction for that anywhere. But again, I'm not part of the legislature, nor can make any future forecasting. But I think, the important thing is for you all to stay informed and watch what's going on. But again, I have not seen anything that shows considerable traction for that moving forward.
I appreciate that, but I think if we don't mention it, then you'd bring it back to Bob Meyer and Sarah Stroman and say, yeah, they don't care. These cuts, these type of things should not be on the table. When the state comes in and says, this is the PILT payment, these are the things that we long-term promote, these type of relationships, these should not be on the table. That's my point.
Well, I appreciate that, and I will say I like to be very transparent. Just on the way down, I was talking with a few of the folks that came down from Bemidji, and even if this doesn't pass this time, right, if this goes no further, that's still now in the question in our minds. So when our staff comes here and talks about future land acquisitions, it'll always be in your mind to say, well, hey, I remember in 2025 when it was in a proposed budget. And so appreciate and we understand the consequences of this. And we will expect that conversation to continue as we come here in the future and talk about any future land acquisitions, as this will have a consequence moving forward.
So thank you. Yeah, it actually was discussed back in Tim Pawlenty's era also.
Mm-hmm.
And you realize that these aren't guaranteed funds, and what is the best interest for long term.
Mm-hmm.
So the projects have to be superior to get approval.
And we completely respect that. We have a really, what I feel is a really good process. We call it our SLAM process. And we really take a look to make sure that the state is only looking to invest in the most needed or strategic ways across the landscape, because we understand there has to be a balance of public lands and also private lands that obviously help with the economics that drive and support our communities, but also recognizing that public lands also drive people to live and recreate in areas as well. And we look to work with you on finding that right mix for your county.
Thank you. And a couple other local people. Roger's not in the audience today, and Mandy, I don't see Mandy out here, but we have good relationship. They both come to meetings for us locally and work through some of our ordinances and watershed concerns. So
Sure.
thank you. Thank you,
Yeah.
staff, for being here.
Yes, thank you. Is anything else? Anybody else have anything?
No.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I thank all of you.
Thank you.
All right, let's move on. Carrie, we did number 4, so let's.
Yes,
Number 5.
So number 5, I believe Mr. Schlotterhoff is here to speak to this issue. Oh,
Good morning, Commissioners, Mr. Administrator. I sent you the packet. I am Mike Ingham. Do I have to state the address and everything?
yes.
Yeah.
18847 230th Avenue, Detroit Lakes, Minnesota. Before putting myself on the agenda, I did speak with Commissioner Barberg in reference to this issue. Am I on a time limit? Because it's kind of a lengthy discussion. I'll
Yes.
try to be as brief as I can.
Yeah.
We have lunch.
Okay, we won't get you to there. I want to go to work myself today. Anyways, we went to move the property that my grandparents put in the children's name to the grandchildren, and we want to do a trust. But when we came to do that, it was determined that there is no recorded easement to the property. So that's what I'm here for, because the easement is Township Road 245th Avenue, which I did supply some documents, which is this road with the minimum maintenance sign posted on it. Back in 1990, the county acquired Dave Early's property when.
Can you give me some idea of where this is at?
Oh, sure.
The landfill.
Section 17,
Okay.
Detroit Township, off the edge of the landfill.
Okay.
And I'll try to get through this. So the landfill started leaching polluted waters in the late 80s. And Dave Early's property, which the county acquired in 1990, which I included a quitclaim deed there from, was adjacent to the property here on the left side. If you look to the left of the road, that was Dave Early's property. When the county acquired that property in 1990, the two tenants left on this township road was the Schlotterhoffs, my grandparents at that time, and the county. The county was then moving forward with the pollution control to do a Superfund removal of the trash, line this, and then re-put the trash back process. So the county and the pollution control came to the Schlotterhoffs with the agreement that I did attach, which was drafted by the county attorney, Jim Sinclair, in 1993, this document. And we agreed to it with the agreements not of vacating but barricading the road, which has been done since 1993. The agreement has never been recorded. So we have no recording of such access, even though we've had gated access to this property on 245th Avenue, which still maintains the minimum maintenance road status of the township. So I'm basically coming here to say, can we properly file this agreement that we agreed to back in 93 and then file it with the township, so we're all on board that we agree that it can be barricaded by the gate, with the understanding that the Schlotterhoff family will continue to have access to the property in the southeast corner of section 17, which is spelled out in this document, which has been going on for 32 years. So that's why I'm here, is we just need some recording, and wondering if we can move forward with that, which was started back actually by the county. The township records back in 93 show Jack Murray was at the township board, talked about this, but no motion was carried, no motion was made. My grandpa Wesley was at that time, and my uncle Dan Schlotterhoff, who's here with me today. I'm heading up the trust side of things, which we're already moving the property from the children to the grandchildren process when this arrived on our plate, that there's nothing been recorded. So that's why I'm asking us to just basically go through that agreement and And we can leave everything as be as what's been going on for the last 32 years, just that the fact that it's recorded.
Well, I guess I think we need to contact our attorney and ask him to review it, make sure, but I noticed
I
that.
can say to you, sir, that I did stop in at Brian's office. The last civil document that he has in his record filing system is 2003. He does not have this document. I already stopped there.
Well, I mean, I'm not going to authorize any, I mean, we're not going to vote on anything here today to give you authority. I mean, we have to do our homework and research this also. I did notice that it wasn't notarized, the document that is that the filing document? Wasn't signed by yours and wasn't notarized, is that?
That was a working draft copy of Jim Sinclair's document. Okay. And what the agreement was is that we had agreed to barricading it, which is talked about in the Detroit Township meeting minutes, but it was never motioned upon there or carried there either. So.
We got to do whatever we can to help these guys get this moving, Barry. I mean, I talked to him about that draft, and this is not the first thing that wasn't followed through by Becker County. I've seen other things that are partially done here, and this obviously didn't get done. They all have keys. They've had, how many keys are out there to get in that gate?
15 to 20, because the grandkids have keys and the kids have keys.
It is a township road.
Correct.
Still.
Yeah.
And it's in our interest to keep that gate closed. So
Correct.
whatever, I want to do whatever this board can do to help these guys get this process handled, because it is the right thing to do. I watched it all happen. I grew up out there. I remember when Dave and Bonnie lived there, and
well, the issue is, I mean, I think the other four of us are this is our first knowledge of it. So, I mean, it's going to take us a little bit just to digest it and to check with our
diligence.
Check with our people and make sure what we're doing is right. I don't have any problem giving you access to your property, but we have to go through our process.
Well, I'm glad that you don't, because we've done it for 32 years.
Right. So, I mean,
I'm being nice about it. You've been on the board for 20, Barry. I just feel that in turn that a shortcoming of filing this document back in 93 and recording it properly, nothing else has changed.
And I agree with what Barry said. I don't think anybody here is saying we don't want to. We just need to make sure that we have all of our I's dotted and T's crossed to make sure that this is kind of a Greek language to me, so I can't interpret it well. That's why we have, county attorneys to make sure that, give us advice on.
It's your county attorney that drafted it in 93.
Not our current one.
Well, right, but in turn, he's the one that drafted this and came to us as the county at that time to agree with the Schlotterhoffs to gate this. It was a county proposal. Mm-hmm. But now it's not recorded.
Mr. Chair, if I may, there was a suggestion by our county attorney, once you're done speaking here, to step up in his office and he'll take copies of everything. It sounds to me like
he has copies already. I already gave him copies.
Oh, he just sent a message, so.
Oh, no, I left copies with the secretary before.
Okay, so maybe he's not aware that he hasn't seen those. Okay, so it sounds like a process that was started and not finished. We just need to, and I can certainly, before you leave, I would like contact information from you if I may.
I submitted my contact info on the email that I sent you.
Okay, got it. So then I would have
that letter has all my info.
Okay. So I think outside of the board, we can, and I can also communicate with the county attorney and just figure out where the process kind of stopped.
Yeah.
And then can we have this on the agenda for
absolutely
the next
date?
The 20th.
Yes.
In 2 weeks.
Mr. Chair, I don't know if this needs to come back to us.
That's what I'm wondering.
If it's inappropriate, I don't
know that it needs to come back, but I can certainly provide you an update.
Just an update in your report. I don't think it needs to come back.
If it deems that it's not necessary to come back, I don't think it needs to. But if there's something that says we need to clarify or lock it in, then
some
we
decision
can do that. And I have no problems doing that, but
who
will be the point of contact if I need to return?
Me.
You will contact me?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
And I don't, unless we find an issue, I don't think you need to come back.
I don't think there's an issue. We just have to make sure we know what we're going to do and how we're going to do it. That's no, you know what we're going to do. But like I said, believe it needs to come back to
Mhm.
us.
No, it
Okay.
shouldn't.
And if it does, we'll let you know.
Yeah, we,
I assume after the agreement's made, we'll need to participate with the township and record it there because it's
Yeah.
their road that we've agreed to barricade.
Right.
yeah,
And-
correct.
And so in turn, I don't know if Richard, that'd be something that you would represent, but I would assume it'd be
I
my
can.
side to represent from the slaughterhouse.
And that township, Dan knows them well. They're easy to work with, but I can help you with that too, so.
Just trying to move things forward because
That's
we've
right.
stalled at the legal office with this hiccup,
Yeah.
so.
Okay.
Yeah,
They-
that legal, those legal offices with trusts, I mean, I'm dealing one with my mother and it's slow as you can get to
Yeah.
get anything done, so.
Thank you very much. I appreciate
Yeah,
your
thank
time.
you.
Yep,
Thank
thank
you.
you. Thank you. Mr. Chair, that's all I have.
Okay, sounds good. Thanks, Gary. All right, let's move on to Mary.
Do we have a break scheduled at all?
We have a
I
break
need
scheduled.
I forgot my bottle of water. Could I run and get a water?
10 o'clock.
Do you have a water in the office? I'll go get it.
She's,
I just need
Mary. Okay.
I thought I had a bottle with me.
We'll just wait, Mary, for
Okay.
Peggy to come back.
Peggy went to get you, so.
I was gonna say, this is gonna be fast.
Yeah. But we have a break scheduled for in about 15 minutes.
Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jared.
Saved. All right, Mary.
Okay, I am here today to request to set a public hearing for an off-sale liquor license for La Bella Restaurant LLC, doing business as Sauced at Swanee's. We're proposing May 20th, board meeting, 9 a.m. And it's up to this board to set, we will be notifying the other liquor license holders in the area. We did do a public hearing for the previous owner who built, but with every sale, it is required by statute to hold a public hearing for a new owner. We will ask Mr. Herman to be at the next meeting.
Is this the one we did last year?
Yes,
Yeah.
Well, this is it,
it's a new owner.
Oh, so it's sold and then, okay.
what page are we on the?
Page 62.
So do you need a
We need a motion.
We
Set
need
the-
to set the public
the
hearing.
public hearing at 9
At
a.m.
our next board?
At our next board meeting at 9 a.m. So do we have a motion to approve or to set the public hearing for the La Bella Restaurant LLC doing business as Swanee's, Sauced and Swanee's, James Herman's the owner. Do we have a motion to approve?
Mr. Chair, just a clarification.
Yeah, I can't even
Um,
say that words, but.
This isn't necessarily a new owner. It's a new manager or a new operator?
No, it's my understanding, he's signing as the owner.
Owner of the business, but not necessarily the property. Is that correct?
That, yeah.
So it's not, I mean,
Okay,
Yeah.
So I mean,
New.
I don't know what, one way or the
Okay.
other, but it's a new business operating at this
At
site. It
this
might not be a,
location.
Okay, so it's a
That's-
new business operating at.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
so it just might not be might be a rented or owned. We don't know that.
right.
And that's not relevant, but I
Yep.
don't know that it's sold, but it's a new business going
Sure.
into that same facility.
So
Okay.
we may not need to have the public hearing?
No, we do
It's-
have
We do
to,
have to.
off-sale licenses require public hearing every time there's a name change.
All right.
So we need a motion to approve the public hearing for the off-sale liquor license at
9 a.m. on May
9 a.m.
20th
on May
at this
20th.
site.
Yep.
So moved.
second?
All right, we have a motion second. Do we have any further discussion? Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed? All right, motion carries.
I certainly appreciate
Thank
this
you.
water.
Thank you.
All right, Tierra, Human Resources.
Good morning, Commissioners. The first item Commissioner Nelson had made slight reference to, because it did
Slight.
go through, well, you didn't go into depth.
Well, you're coming out here.
It did go through courthouse committee. So this is the current policy with adjustments to include more information on how we are setting veterans' preference for recruitment. Previously, we had not been setting the criteria for interviews prior to getting applicants, and after I attended a training a few weeks ago, it was discovered that we should be setting that criteria prior to actually getting applicants for an opening.
Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion to approve the new language in our recruitment policy.
All right, we have it's 4.0 in the
Personnel policy, yes.
So do we have a motion and do we have a second?
I'll second.
So we have a motion and a second. Do we have any further discussion? Okay, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All right, motion carries. All right, next one.
The second item that I have here is the AI policy. This is a new policy to the county. Obviously, we've all heard about AI. We've all known that it's coming, but we haven't had a policy in place till yet. This is in working with the IT director to come up with the policy. It did go to the courthouse committee as well.
I think Judy is AI.
Yeah.
Judy is that artificial intelligence. Just kidding, Judy. I'll make, and I think this document is, as we evolve in AI,
Page,
Page,
we're going to have to
66.
modify this as we go
65.
because
Yeah.
we're learning AI as we go. We should have AI write a document.
We probably should have AI write the
So
policy.
I'll make a motion to approve the AI policy for our employee handbook.
All right, we have a motion to approve the AI policy. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, a motion second. Do we have any further discussion? Okay, all in favor signify by saying aye.
AI.
Aye.
AI. All right, motion carries.
The third item that I have in front of you is a revision to the career ladder policy that was before you probably close to a month ago. During trying to implement the career ladders and doing this, it was discovered that the way that the policy was written did only allow for, in some cases, 29, 24-cent increases for what should be considered a promotion. So with this adjustment, it did go through courthouse committee, and we pretty heavily discussed it in courthouse committee and put out the number of allowing at least a 1.5% increase with what we currently had in place of how to make that move. It also went to finance yesterday, and there was a little further discussion on what should be done.
The wordage is kind of difficult, and I think
Yeah.
Carrie's managing the wording as we move forward. I think what we'd ask today is approval of the premise of a 1.5% when you have a career ladder change at minimum.
Yeah.
And so most of the times it does not trigger that, but in those cases where the transfer is, I think we want to acknowledge that when you get a promotion, you should get a wage increase with that.
Yeah.
So
So, yeah, the wording was a little,
Is 1.5%, is that like a minimum, or is it in addition to?
that's the minimum.
So it's
So when they
1.5% with a step raise. Like, so I think that's where it gets confusing.
so when you move into the new grade, if you don't get a 1.5% raise from what you were making before, you will get another step. Well, no, from what you get your step before you go in, and then when you go in, if that isn't 1.5% higher than what you would have been making.
Yes, you made it so much
There,
clearer, Dave.
yeah, I
Thank
made
you.
it really, I understand it here, I just can't speak it out.
That's,
Which is why it's hard to put it on paper.
Yeah, it is, yeah.
so the language, so when you get the promotion, you drop to the other grade or
Go up.
Go up.
You go-
Yeah, you
go up.
get demoted.
But if that wage, if you're going back in steps or lanes, your wage might not be any different. And this is a security blanket that tells us that you will at least get a 1.5% increase in your wage.
So, Mr. Chair, so this is only for grade, not step?
So this is for the career ladder. So a career ladder
Well,
would be,
this, I mean, you guys spent a lot of time,
That's-
there are a lot of numbers in here. I wasn't
Yes.
part of this, but you're saying for, like, from go to 1 to 2 or 2 to 3 or,
so one example in what you have in front of you would be the IT Analyst 1, which is a grade 8. Then a career ladder would be for the IT Analyst 2, which would be going to a grade 9. There's, in the assessor's office,
Oh,
there
okay.
is
So then they
for
would be going backwards in lanes though.
okay.
steps.
So
Steps.
So when you get that promotion, you go back in steps to where your dollar amount is.
Your hourly.
Yeah.
Whatever the closest
So-
step is without going
And if it's within a few
backwards.
cents, then you're not really getting a raise
You're-
to
to your
a
promotion.
higher job.
So you've changed grades with little
with no,
money.
with no wage.
Okay.
So we're just trying to guarantee
So-
and recognize.
So we're
a
setting
wage
a
increase.
minimum that if you don't increase your wage by at least 1.5%, then you're going to get another step to make sure that it's more than a 1.5%.
So if they go up to 8 to 9, like you said, and you give them 1.5% increase, which is more than is on this sheet here, what do you do for the next
We're not giving it.
lane, what do you call it, lane shifts or steps?
So when a person is taking a career ladder position, their anniversary date is changing to whatever that effective date is. So they could have, let's say, for an example, they're going to be making this shift in April. Their regularly scheduled anniversary was in August. So their anniversary is changing to April. So they receive a step on the current grade that they're on, then move into the next grade at the next closest step without going backwards. And if that does not allow at least a 1.5% increase, they would get an additional step on the new grade.
Told you it was easy.
Where did we get the 1.5% from?
That was minimum.
That was through the
testing.
courthouse.
We looked at 1% and we looked at 2%.
You can't-
Settled on
1.5%.
1.5.
Yeah.
So there-
Do you want me to?
Does this work?
Yes.
All right.
Do you want to?
No, it's fine.
But anyway, what was discussed then, we make a motion to approve the premise of a minimum 1.5% increase as proposed, and the wordage will be wordsmith when we have some more guidance from other counties or David Drown, correct? So
Yep.
All right, so is that your motion?
I will make the motion.
Do we have a second?
I'll
Yep.
second.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Do we have any further discussion? Okay, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All right, opposed, motion carries.
Mr. Chair,
Yep.
make the motion?
Barry made the motion, Erica seconded.
Nope, Phil seconded.
Or Phil seconded, sorry, I'm sorry. Phil
Thank you.
seconded.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Tara. All right, Jim. Hello, Jim.
Morning.
Morning, Commissioners.
A couple items for your approval today. First one is a bid award for a county safety project for rumble strips. We had two bidders on the project. Low bids went to Allstate Pavement, $49,424.20. Under our engineer's estimate at 57%. I'll explain that a little bit. Typically, when we do these applications, they're done like 3 years ago or more. And at that time, we were probably looking at what the pricing was at that time. So your equipment gets better, more efficient, so that's why I came down.
How many miles of roads will that get us rumble strips on in the county?
The roads that we selected is all of County Road 37 and all of 58, 44 up to 2 inlets, and 26 from Ponsford down to 34. So
How many miles? Estimate.
I'm going to guess about 40 miles.
I'll move to approve resolution 525 1D.
All right, we have a motion to approve 1D. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
So we have a second. Do we have any further discussion?
Mr. Chair, just some discussion that reiterate, this is a state safety grant. Jim, you mentioned something in finance that,
Correct. It's a state safe or federal safety grant, and our engineer's estimate was plugged in, so that money was secured for us. That extra, 57% or whatever. So there's a balance there that they're going to hold and wait until we open our bids on our lighting project, which is funded by the same pot of money. So if that one happens to go over, then we can transfer some of those, and we don't give back this money unless like other districts use it.
so if there's an overage on safety issues in our next project, that we could use that?
Cover
A lot
that.
of money.
How long does that go for? How long can they hold?
Can we hold the money?
Well, we're opening bids on that here at the end of the month, so you'll be approving that.
No, but how long will they hold that extra money from this project? Like is there a time
Can we
period?
have 5 years?
5 years, 2 years?
Oh, yeah, this money is good. deliver the project. Well, it's set for delivery in this year, and we can have like 2 or 3 years to
Okay.
complete all of it.
Okay.
But would the money from the federal grant the remaining funds be available for 2 years or just for 1 year?
I think they'll just hold them until we see what we need.
The 1 year.
And if we're under on that one too, they would probably look at our next project in
Okay.
our district, which would be our striping, our district-wide striping, which we are administering. And they'd like to hold it for that, just so they can keep it in the district.
Okay.
If we can't expend it all, then we do share it with other districts.
So there's really no set timeline. They just kind of want you to keep it as long as you can to get to use it.
Correct.
Okay.
They always try to, they don't never want to give money back to Washington.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. All right. So we have a motion and a second for Resolution 1D. Do we have any further discussion? Okay. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All right. Motion carries. All right. Jim.
Next item is approval of a MnDOT grant agreement. County was awarded a $500,000 grant to assist our funding our project in the city of Lake Park. So this is paying most of the sidewalk work and the striping of a bike lane and other safety improvements, ADA improvements. And then the remainder of that fund, our construction fund, is being supplemented with our state aid funds. But this just lays out the process and what's needed to do to get that grant funds that pay for this project. The state essentially is passing this money through to us, and this is the terms and conditions on how to do that and get reimbursement on it.
Thank you. I want to shout out to Jim. I mean, Jim does his job so well and so quietly that we just take for granted how well that you do your job, Jim. And just to thank you. And with that, I'll make a motion to approve Resolution 1E.
All right. Do we have a motion? Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Erica. Do we have any further discussion? All right. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, motion carries. I want to reiterate that. I'll piggyback on that. We appreciate everything you do, and we don't really realize it all the time, all the work you put in and all the things you do.
Well, I want to share one more. If you can give me another pat here. I'm not asking for pats on the back, but this is pretty significant. Our Westlake Drive project phase, that's going to next year. It's a large project. It's near $6 million in just construction funds. We've been successful. The city got a grant for the trail of like $700,000. We got also applied. We got a what we call the local road improvement, which is $1.5 million paid for, kind of the road part of it. And then we also just recently applied for a stormwater grant through the PCA. This is we had $35 million in grant funds to supplement like aging stormwater systems that promote resiliency and climate change and increase capacity. If you recall, in the first phase of the project, we built those underwater chambers to store. Well, there was no storm sewer in that portion of the project. It all kind of just went into the lake, and that was kind of a big thing. We wanted to collect the storm sewer, treat it before it went into the lake. But so we applied for a grant here, and pretty much to ask for everything on it. And we were successful. We received, just got notified, $2.8 million.
Ooh,
Wow.
Nice.
Good job.
Wow. Yes.
Although we've already done a lot of the engineering work and stuff, which would not be eligible now, but it will pay for once this agreement is approved and signed, it will essentially pay for all our storm sewer construction, and engineering work to construct that work. So.
Good.
There's your extra pat on the back.
Yeah.
Jim, good job.
Well,
Thank you.
Goes out. Apex did a lot of the technical work and supporting us and playing something. So I'd like to compliment them for their work on that.
Congratulations to Apex, but it takes the county people to give them the information and get them in the path to do it. So thank you and your staff at Highway. I mean, that's remarkable. So.
Yep.
All right. Thanks, Jim.
Thanks, Jim.
One last thing, Jim, road restrictions are off?
Road restrictions came off last Friday. again, the grading work on Heartland Trail
Mhm.
has begun.
Mhm.
Got the mass grading again of about all the way down to Eddie's dock there. Hopes of that one is to be completed by early June. Same with all of our overlay projects. Hopefully completed by early June. We're having a pre-construction meeting now for the grade widening on 7, so that's going to start shortly. And then the other project with this grant that you just approved, we need to meet and get the timing on that project. But hopefully we get started early and complete everything early.
Nice.
All right.
Thanks, Jim.
Thanks, Jim. So we will take a 5-minute break. So if we could come back together, we'll resume our meeting.
Okay.
Is everybody ready? We're ready? We are ready to keep going, so we'll just go right up next with Mr. Steve Skoog for our land use environmental services. And Mitch Lundeen. Morning.
Good morning.
This morning we got a number of items for Parks and Rec, Forestry, Environmental Services to go through. Thank you for approving those things that are on the consent agenda. The first one for Parks and Rec is Resolution 05251C. It's basically we're going to funnel some money through the county to go to the Forest Rider Snowmobile Club to a grant to build a bridge.
Mr. Chair, I was just going to say that, this is just like the state funds that come through us. We're a pass-through on this. Did you have something to add?
Yeah, I just want to correct it. I don't think there'll be actual pass-through funds that come through the county. It's just a letter of support through a resolution to the local snowmobile club and Hubbard County that are applying for a state federal grant. So it's just because the bridge that they want to install lands in Becker County. They just want support and approval through that process. So no actual funds will be.
Oh, okay. Motion to approve 1C.
So we have a motion to approve 1C. To have
Second.
All right, second by Phil. Any further discussion? All right, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? All right, motion carries.
The next item is a trail routing study proposal. We got some money from Public Partnership for Health, and we solicited from 3 different firms to do a study. After looking at their proposals, staff looked at them, and recommendation is to go with Houston Engineering to complete a bike trail routing study from Dunlocks down towards Shoreham.
And then,
$15,964.
so then the Partnership for Health is funding
15,000.
Okay, then and Lakeview Township is going to.
They said they would donate up to 2,000. My recommendation is just to split that up equally.
Okay.
I don't remember it that way, Steve. I remember them saying up to 1,000.
But
I asked them.
John called me on that.
Okay, all right, then go with it. Steve, one question here. Why did we not take the low bid? Was there something?
Well, just looking at the completeness of the application and their definition of what their deliverables were, it was much clearer in the Houston, in my opinion.
Okay.
And these are quotes, so because professional services aren't required to go with low quote.
No.
But it was, and Jim Olson was in the discussion too, and they came back with a recommendation to go with Houston. So that we did ask that in committee also.
Okay.
Go with their recommendation.
All right, do we have a motion to approve?
I'll move to approve that
All right.
grant study.
Motion by
proposal.
Phil, and we have a second.
I'll second, and the request was from Houston Engineering for $19,964. If
Yep.
that's okay with the.
Yep, is that
for the
good with you?
motion.
Yes.
All right, so we have a motion and a second. Do we have any further discussion?
I will say they said that all those firms would be more than adequate. They had to pick one, and they picked Houston because of a couple other tangible things in there, so.
So all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? All right, motion carries. Okay, next one.
Gravel aggregate fee increase. It's been many years since we've increased what we charge for pit run gravel from our gravel pits. And this is just to update that.
What do we annually, how many tons or cubic, like guesstimate? Truckloads, I don't care. How much?
Maybe once a year we do a gravel. It's been a while, but it can range. It can be a couple truckloads, maybe 20, 30 yards, or it could be up to 100. But it doesn't happen too often. So just to have that updated when it does.
Do we ever use that trade out, or do we ever use it as trade out for something, or can you do that?
As a trade out.
Is that not?
I don't think you could trade, I mean, I don't know.
Township has done that before.
I don't know what you could.
Okay, all right, but not much
No.
is what
No.
the answer is.
No.
Okay,
Pretty low volume.
yep.
I mean, I think if a township wanted some, I think, but a private individual, I don't know what you'd.
Yep.
look at.
What happens up there is occasionally you get contractors that are working up in that area, and they might want to load here or there.
Because it's close.
Because that's close.
Yep. I'll move to approve the gravel aggregate fee increase
from tax forfeit lands.
Second.
from 1 cubic yard to 3,
Yeah.
or from $1 per
As
cubic yard to.
proposed.
As proposed, there
Thank
you go. All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All right, motion carries.
Mr. Chair, who seconded that?
I did.
Very seconded.
And one of the things we wanted there is some language in there that will bring it back if it's a big project going. So we will review it more in detail if a big project comes through to a road project. So we have that authority to allow it if needed or if appropriate, I guess.
Missing timber scale ticket policy. Do you want to?
Yeah, just background on scale tickets. Every Becker County tax forfeited logging site has a box out there that counts for every load. So a chain of custody from when the wood leaves the site to the consumer, whether it be a mill or whether it's going to a consumer mill that's certified scaled, or if our foresters aren't scaling it. We require a scale ticket be put into the box so we know where the wood is at all times and where it's going. Sometimes these books or tickets will go missing. And in the 1983 policy, it's undefined, it's unclear. It just says that it's up to the Natural Resources Administrator. So by putting this into effect, it gives us, this rarely ever happens again, but there's some sort of number that's in place. So if a missing ticket goes out, we're able to charge the logger or permit holder for that. So again, rarely happens, but it's something that.
Mr. Chair, Mitch, I think there used to be a lot of theft with timber sales. People take loads out and they wouldn't know about it, but nowadays that doesn't, I mean, you go back to how much timber they got at the mill and you can backtrack that. Does that happen, or do you do that to make sure?
So we can track by when
What I'm saying is a $10 for a missing ticket. Heck, if I took a trailer load and was missing a ticket, I'd do that every day if I was a true thief.
Yeah.
So does $10 matter?
No, and I researched this with other county land departments and the DNR. DNR does $50 per book, so it's little to nothing. You're right. I mean, if someone wanted to and they got caught, they'd be done. I mean, that's timber trespass, and different laws will apply for that. But this is loggers they rent out or subcontract different truck drivers, and it gets kind of messy. So when that happens, we don't want to see that. Timber trespass, but it's something. Other counties as well do $10 per ticket or $50 a book.
So I have a question. What if, let's say a ticket goes missing, now, obviously you're going to pay pay a fine or a fee, but do they have to make another ticket? Or what do you do?
If a ticket goes missing.
How would you know?
How would you know? Yeah.
Well, it didn't come with the book.
Well, they reconcile
All the
this with
tickets are numbered in there.
Like if
Okay.
they're shipping out pulp,
Yeah.
they'll get scale tickets back from where
Okay.
they delivered it to. They got to reconcile.
So there's a record of it somewhere else?
There is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
It's kind of like when you haul feed or corn to the,
I guess
all the same,
the
right?
problem would be if there was no record of the ticket, then the lumber went somewhere else where it was supposed to go.
Could have, potentially.
Potentially, yeah. Okay. Do we have a motion to approve the missing timber sale ticket policy?
I'll make a motion to approve.
All right.
Missing timber.
Motion by Richard, do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Barry, do we have any further discussion? Okay, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All right, opposed? All right, motion carries.
Mitch, how are our timber sales going? I mean, we have a new forester along with you. I mean, are we ramping that up? And
Good. Yeah, we just had our timber auction last Friday. We sold 15 out of 15 tracks, which is really good to see. I think it was a bid up value of $228,000. So that's good. That's on track for what we're looking for. So
how are our roads coming into where these timber things are? I mean, we're making up those roads, which are snowmobile trails in the wintertime. I mean, and we've got a program now to keep them all up, putting culverts in. I mean, that's
Yep.
all working.
yeah, going to continue. Hopefully we get a drier summer and we can get activities done out there. Got another set of forest roads that we're going to continue to work on. So hopefully do a better job than I did last year to keep contractors moving. They were getting pulled to other jobs that weren't priority, so, or, county forest roads didn't take precedent in that case.
I'd like to take a ride out there sometime with you and just see all that as it's happening, because I only make in my mind what I picture. I'd like to see it sometime if that ever works out.
Maybe we'll take one of the fleet cars up here.
I would like to note too that Mitch is working with the tribal foresters through all these sales, and I think that collaboration has helped us a lot in the relationship. So thanks for doing that. And again, Richard said it in earlier that these meetings are very, very, I mean, I think they've helped the relationships a lot, and hopefully we see a good season this year.
Yeah.
All right, let's go ahead and move forward.
You're done. The next one is a capital purchase request. Did you make a motion?
Yeah, we made a motion in a second.
But did we vote?
Yeah, on the missing timber ticket? Didn't we?
No.
What?
I thought we did.
I thought we did.
We had a motion in a second, but we didn't vote. Barry interrupted it.
No, Phil did. I just kept.
I thought we were done.
Holy cow. All right, we have a motion and a second to approve the missing timber sale ticket policy. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And motion
Peggy got
carries.
interrupted because she asked who's second.
Next item is to capital purchase request to purchase some items for our new source separated organics program. We'd like to purchase 4 30 cubic yard roll-off containers from H&S Manufacturing for the amount of $65,300. And also to purchase concrete blocks from Thielen Precast. That was a low quote. We talked about in committee. There was some.
We don't want them. Why did I thought we talked about this.
We did. It was already in the board packet at that time, so. But we can pull that out, and if you can approve.
I'd like to look at that again,
Okay.
Steve, because we
Can we move
got time
forward?
to get.
Sure, that's fine. So can we move forward with purchasing the 65,
Yeah.
the containers from?
I'll move to, shoot, how to do this, as amended to move forward with just the purchase of the request for the roll-off containers minus the concrete blocks, which will be revisited.
Sure.
Can I do that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
You got that whole motion, Peggy?
I'll second.
All right, you have a motion by Phil and a second by Richard. Any further discussion? Okay, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, motion carries.
The last item is to approve a professional services agreement with MBA. I talked to Kevin Bartram, he's a principal architect. We'd like to do a study of our solid waste campus and maybe in the future possibly apply for some capital assistance program grants to make major improvements out there, which would include asking for some funding for in our recycling facility for some machinery, possibly adding on to the transfer station, and also look at possibly creating a special waste material building, which is basically household hazardous waste, perhaps reuse. And then we got a bunch of other things that we just collect in sheds and different spots on the campus. We'd like to bring all that together. So we got everything's coming together into one site for the public to drop stuff off out there. Kevin gave an initial proposal to do one building out there for $9,500, and I asked him about the possibility of adding onto the transfer station where we could do more sorting of waste. He said for an additional up to $2,500 for that. It's a time and material study is really what it is. It might be less than what we're asking for approval for, but what it does do, by looking at this, the traffic flow out there, what we're doing, along with proposed changes on our demo landfill rules, this will set the county up if we move forward with this, some of these improvements, where we'd save money potentially on what we're sending out to landfills and how we're handling our waste stream.
I think one thing that I need to see is the cash flow. I mean, if we do this and something's recommended, but I want to see the operation cash flow on how much this would cost us and how much this would raise tipping fees if we don't, because it's not property tax, it is tipping fees that you'd pay for. And our tipping fees are, compared to counties that don't have incinerator, are relatively high. So while we want to be leaders in recycling and reusing, there's only so many dollars that I feel comfortable with taxing the tipping fee for that.
Absolutely.
So
that would be part of the study is, so once you identify what your infrastructure costs are, you'd have to look at how it affects your operations and what you can do. So, and a good example is out at our transfer station in last couple of years, we've made a much more concerted effort to try to sort out different types of waste streams that have come in with, particularly with mixed loads of demolition materials. We had a lot of roll-offs that have metal in it, for example. They've sorted out almost 100 tons last year. The problem is the transfer station to do those types of operations is small. But if you take that when you're charging people for that and you're actually selling it as a commodity when you get done, there's definitely a positive cash flow with that. Those are the things that we'd look at in response to your question. I agree with you.
And it could, Barry, it could help us to keep them down in the future. I agree with you too, that we can't just raise our tipping fees. But when we do take mixed loads in like that, and there's a lot of them, and people just don't wanna, we've tried to get people to separate things in these roll-offs and they won't. But there are lots of different things you can do if we had a little more room. Sometimes there's a lot of garbage on that floor. And well, if we had a little room to do this, and we could try and keep our tipping fees lower.
So really what we want to see is that this additional buildings is going to be beneficial.
Absolutely.
In keeping.
Absolutely. Absolutely would be.
Well, Mr. Chair, when you take this the whole way through, as we sat in committee, I mean, it's the CAP grant. I mean, this is to get the study so we can apply for the CAP grant. If we get the CAP grant, it's still 75-25, so we'd have to come up with the 25, which would come out of environmental budget. So Barry, is that the point where you're saying, well, we don't want to raise our tip fee?
I'm just saying that when we apply for these, this is the starting of the ball rolling. I mean, good or bad. So we start investing money in the study. Now the study comes back. Well, we've done the study. Now we can apply for the grant. You get the grant. I mean, I'm just be cautious because we can stop this at any time, but it's harder to stop every time farther we go down here.
Yeah.
Right.
Just be aware that.
But you know,
I don't feel that we can build another building to house reusable items. The building is too expensive to maintain and to build to have. I mean, it's good usable furniture, but I think we have to find a way to roll that out. Sell it as instead of building another building because we get more and more, we'll just keep building buildings all the time. So I'm just saying it has to be cash neutral or preferably better to move forward with some of this stuff.
Right.
So.
And we've talked about this, and part of that getting this grant would be, there's a big interest in reusables. Okay. So part of that goes for that. And I've talked to Steve about it too. We can't just fill buildings with that stuff. But right now, all the stuff's sitting outside. But my recommendation would be that we try and sell it. If it doesn't sell, then we discount it. If it doesn't, then we can even offer it for free. We could maybe move it. But we need to keep it moving. We can't just hoard it. And that's one of the big things is to keep moving it. People really like it. I'm surprised.
So, is there anything you can donate? Like bring it to the
Well, I don't care how we get rid of
store?
it. It's just so it's not in our waste stream anymore, you know, because I've seen some good things in there too. Some boat trailers and stuff that surprised me. People threw them away. But the idea is that in the future, it is not getting any cheaper to get rid of garbage. And the more of it,
no, but you look at what today's society is when you buy appliances. I bought a washing machine not too long ago. It's cheaper to buy a new one than to fix the old one.
They don't last as long as they used to.
No, I mean, so
I'll tell you something that I'm gonna argue with you there. I wouldn't know this, but my son-in-law is a appliance repairman, and I don't know why we don't have one here, but he comes out, he's fixed both of them. He's fixed my washer and dryer.
How much did it cost you? Nothing. because he's doing it for you. I mean,
No, you know,
that-
Barry, I'm just gonna tell you, I can prove, if you want proof, I can prove this to you. I know what I'm talking about.
Well, there's
He
certain.
can come out and fix a washer and dryer for $150. Go down there and buy a new one.
Well, there are certain
can.
cases where you could, I'm sure, but when you're talking about replacing the board on it, you're talking, I mean, because you look at what it costs to replace stuff. You can, I mean, I go online, before I make the decision, you go online and you Google it and you find out what it is, and most likely the motherboard, and you may as well go buy a new appliance, because to replace that is, anyway, we're getting
So
out.
this study will determine if this is going to be a cost-effective thing to do.
Absolutely.
Okay, so I think that's the key. We have to decide if we want to do this study to see it. I think we probably should, I would say, do this study to show if we are going to be either cost-effective or neutral or positive without raising up our tipping fees.
You'll be looking at it with that.
Yeah.
Absolutely, that's part of it. And
Yeah.
also, how does it prep the county going into the future with?
Yeah.
To grow in community.
I'll make that motion to enter agreement with MBA Architects to come up with an evaluation of the county solid waste campus infrastructure needs. Is that the way you want it to sound?
Yep,
Up to,
up to $12,000.
$12,000
That maximum, yeah.
max.
So we have a motion by Phil. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Richard. Do we have any further discussion? Okay, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye. You know, it just dawned on me when you said that, Richard, you know, maybe we have a program out there, because these appliances, some of them aren't badly in shape. Maybe we look at, is there a way, if you are delivering an appliance, state what's wrong with it, maybe we have someone that can try to come and
Yeah,
fix
that's
them
what-
and
yeah,
sell
I'm
them
thinking
for their own. I mean, there's a program where we might start a program like
Well, no, you're absolutely right. The part of the CAP program is that the state wants to see the counties partner with other organizations to do those type of things. Like, right now, we use Better Futures. That's not saying Better Futures is, but you're absolutely right. I mean, if we could partner with, in that example, with somebody that's willing to take them. We do that with small engines now. There's like one or two people that take all the small engines we get out there.
Well, that's a program where even just the parts of it, you know, maybe there's a part, maybe a good main board is fine on something, it's something else that's broken,
Does M-State have any programs?
He can't get a day off. It's all,
Well, I
don't know
he's
that.
down in the
I don't know.
Mercer area.
I'm
He
sure.
can't get a day off. I don't know if we have one of those guys around here, but he's came and fixed.
But anyway, you know what I'm saying? If we
Yeah,
could
it-
have those parts or
Yeah.
leave them as parts, or, I don't know. Anyway.
All right.
We'll better move on.
Yeah.
We'll
All
right.
never get done.
Mr. Chair, before you guys leave, we approved in the consent agenda waste hauler Smith Pro Services. How many waste haulers do we have in the county?
17.
We probably got about 4 of them that actually do curbside solid waste where they, do the trash. The rest of them are all roll-offs. There's
How many would there be?
probably, 12, I think, 12.
They're licensed waste haulers, so 12 with roll-offs and 4
I'd
with,
have to get you the exact number. I don't remember off the top of my head. But I can get that to you.
okay, I'd like to see that. Mitch, who is the land commissioner? Is that you? The land commissioner, so you sign as land commissioner?
Yeah, it's an appointment, so it's a statute-driven thing, I would say. So every county that has X amount of tax forfeited land acres, and correct me if I'm wrong, but it falls under the 282 tax forfeited land.
Mary would be the land commissioner if we don't appoint someone else.
Yep, county auditor. Yep.
But right now, currently, Mary, Mitch is appointed as our land commissioner? Okay, I see that term, and I don't know exactly who that is or what that means, so, okay. All right, that's all I got. Thank you.
All right, Sheriff Glander.
Good morning.
You have 6
Morning.
minutes.
Okay, you remember that. Mr. Chair, members of the board, I have 4 items. First item is request to purchase less lethal launchers, which would include 40 millimeter launchers and pepper ball launchers. Total cost is $27,473. We will be trading in our shotguns, 2 strikers for $250 each for a total of $6,000. And we also have monies available that we received through selling our squad cars, and we received
$7,500 from the BCA for homicide investigation reimbursement, which would more than cover that cost of those launchers.
Can you just give us a quick reason why you want to do it? Just what we talked about in sheriff committee.
Yeah, well, number one, less lethal. It gives us that less lethal option. Obviously, with a shotgun, it's not less lethal. Certain cases, obviously, deadly force is needed or will be used. In this case, it's not deadly.
And Mr. Chair, just for those that don't know, we're still having they still have other tool, I mean, they have rifles and handguns, so
Yes.
they still have, a shotgun is not, I mean, besides the less lethal,
Less lethal.
besides the less lethal option, a shotgun's not a good tool for law enforcement. That's, I mean,
Yeah.
it's,
Yeah.
unless they're out duck hunting or something, but I mean, it's not a tool that they want to have for a lethal tool, so.
Correct.
Mr. Chair, I'd make a motion to approve the purchase of the launchers, projectiles, pepper balls, and fill bottle, and the trade-in of the 870 shotguns.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Do we have any further discussion?
Mr. Chair, so we're trading in, so that means we did have something before?
Shotgun.
We currently have shotguns.
Oh, okay. So we're trading in the shotguns for the less lethal.
That'll be applied to the total cost, yes.
Where, in the last year, can you give me some situations where you would have had use for this? 1 time, 10 times, 100 times?
I don't have a number.
Guesstimate.
I don't even know if I can guess. But there are situations where if it's a suicidal person, that we can, where we have to use any type of force.
I think mental health is the big thing today. Some of these people aren't criminals. I mean, they're doing criminal activity, but they're in mental health crisis, and to go after them, I mean, your tools are, the old shotguns had lethal force, even though they weren't, the beanbags weren't, they're supposed to be less than lethal, but they still are lethal.
What about
They
those
can be,
stun
yes.
gun things? What about those things?
That's for close range.
contact.
Obviously, that's only up to about 25 feet. I can tell you a case where it was a neighboring county that had an individual come out of a vehicle with a bow, compound bow, that had an arrow in it, and they were able to diffuse that situation from a further distance away than 25 feet.
Are these in your trunk? Are these in your squad car? Are they on your belt?
No, they're in our squad car. Yeah.
And that's where the shotguns were also. And these are long-term. These aren't something that would trade every couple years or 5 years. We're figuring depending upon what happens, but you're thinking 20 to 40-year life cycle on these. They're not.
Yeah, I don't have the, exact amount of years it would be, but definitely a long-term option.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, motion carries. All right, Todd.
Item number 2, I'm requesting to purchase a new boat and water truck to replace our totaled vehicle. We received money of $36,000 and let's see, $36,973 from the insurance, minus our deductible, of course. The new vehicle will cost $48,705.16.
And that's fully equipped with everything we need, right?
Uh,
I think it was. Wasn't it 44 something without the equipment?
Yes.
Yeah.
Motion to approve.
All right, we have a motion by Barry. Do you want to add the 48,705?
That was in my motion now.
Okay. All right, so we have a motion by Barry. Do you have a second?
Second.
Second by Erica. All in favor, or any further discussion?
The water truck, what is the water truck?
Boat, well, we call it boat and water, but it's actually used for pulling boats, ATVs, snowmobiles, side by side.
Exclusively for that? That's what you call your boat truck?
Or patrol.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, motion carries. All right, Todd.
Thank you. Item number 3, it's a request to purchase property that is owned by the city of Detroit Lakes. This would be property for future
use of the sheriff's office. And again, it's not something that we would be looking at immediately, but the land is currently for sale. And the hope is for us to get that property before it goes somewhere else. It's directly straight east of the current jail, the new jail up on Stony Road. It's adjacent to the compost site, if you're familiar where that's at. The lot number is 497224041, and the asking price is $91,262. This is it says 2.24 acres on, kind of depends on where you look, 2.24, and the other is 2.27.
Carrie, maybe you can help clarify, but if I think we just move to authorize you to negotiate or see if what the price would be for us and bring that back for consideration if the board chooses that.
I just want to, I would say, if we want to ever decide to move the sheriff's department out there, we have, the only option we would have would be to put it in that spot, because we had the study done. So if we don't purchase the land, then we take away that option. And I guess that's what we have to decide. And by purchasing land, we're not going to go backwards ever. But I mean, if we decide in 10 years we want to build a law enforcement center out there, then we have to have that property. If we're not going to, I don't know. That's what we have to decide.
Where do we get the money for this?
Yeah, that's the other thing.
Well,
can I elaborate on some of that?
There's I mean, if we choose to purchase this, I mean, it kind of goes into our next item also. We will be looking at building a storage facility on the site to house all of our equipment. This is our next discussion with where we go. But I would also say that the site right below that, where your arrow is also an appropriate property. So yeah. I think we have a couple options to kind of get what the city's looking at.
Yeah.
But the funds that we're looking at to build the storage building, I think we've been in some, I think Carrie's gathered some information on what big projects we have coming forward in the near future. We've identified through building maintenance a couple significant needs with elevator and what? Boilers at Human Services. So I think we're going to be looking at bonding in the future. And the timing is pretty good because, as you know, the bond payments for the courthouse will be coming off in
February?
In 27, in early 27.
February.
So you can stage those. So that's about 550,000, I think. I don't know what the last payment was, a little bit less, I think. But so we can use those funds. I mean, when we bond, you'd want to stay at that same time frame or start when that old one comes off and then continue on. And this won't be a significant of monies. So there's not a drop in taxes and then come back a spike. I mean, it's better not to see. And hopefully we can do this, use some of that money for what we're going to be seeing from the state also. But I don't know, if we're talking, that's where the financing will come, besides if there's any leftover monies from the legislation money or sale of the buildings coming, like the old structures, not the storage facility we have over on 8th Street. So that one will be sold. And I think if as we move forward in full discussions, I think the building on 8th Street that houses Extension will be sold eventually. So I mean, there are those things that will add back into that also. So for your question, if as we move forward and we all put all these pieces together, that's where the funds would come from. So,
I mean, you just brought up a lot that, Mr. Chair, excuse me, you brought up a lot that, I mean, future bonding and all this, I mean, I had no clue we're going to be talking about this today. You know, this was I said on the Detroit Lakes Development Authority, this is all supposed to be industrial stuff back here. I don't think that road has been built in there yet that we're seeing on the picture, but those are supposed to be all 10-ton roads, so bigger equipment, bigger trucks can come down that way. I mean, that's what they talked about back when I was on it. You know, there are bigger questions to answer here before I can't support moving ahead with this today, especially since you brought up a whole bunch of things I haven't thought about. I won't say that down the road I wouldn't consider it, but I'm not ready to do that yet. Has the city, that would be a city lot, right? It's a city
It
lot.
is a city lot, and just to answer the question, the road does.
It's a gravel road there that goes back to that compost site right now, but, you know, there was future, when we talked, there was future about putting in that road up to North Tower Road and make it an industrial park.
But I think the issue is what the chairman said is if we don't, I mean, if we don't jump on it and it is purchased by somebody else, then how do we expand our sheriff's?
we do, and
slash jail?
someone asked me about another topic, and I'll get to that in a minute, but we have a lot of moving parts in this. I mean, anything, I mean, and I don't see any near-term building out there. I don't see anything in the next 5 years as us doing anything. That's my opinion. But if we find that human service building, the human services or community health comes in and can use our current facility and where the jail is and I mean, our old jail and then you start saying, well, now we have a use for that. I mean, we won't be looking at anything out there until we have a use for this besides.
We just remodeled that 3, 4, 5 years ago, didn't we? The sheriff's department there?
Just
2020.
2020?
2020.
That was
It was just the lower level.
Right.
Yeah, there's nothing upstairs. But.
And now, I mean, the second floor, we're talking about whatever, repurposing that for whatever it would be, and you can add a third floor. I mean, all that costs money, so when you talk about bonding, yeah, I mean, that definitely has to be brought into the picture, but I mean, there's a lot of moving parts, agreed.
Yeah.
And we have a lot of old buildings and old equipment that are going to need addressed in the next
10 years.
5 to 10 years.
I know, Barry, you brought up that the next item number 4 here. Because that could, what are we going to do about that? We're going to, because maybe we could talk about this at the same time. We did a little bit, but maybe we could get a little deeper into this because you want to rent the place?
Item number 4, yeah, that's our only option right now with the city.
The
Yeah. And so, how much is that a month?
Just about 20.
$2,700 a month. I did get that confirmed from Kelsey.
Okay.
So
how long are we going to do that? I mean, so, and I agree that this is for our emergency equipment.
Absolutely, yes.
And so I am in agreement that we should have that all in one place.
And that's what the storage bill, I referenced storage building instead of impound building, but we've called it impound, but it's a storage building on site where the jail is.
With the impound lot behind it,
Yeah, so, you know, how long at what point would we build something rather than rent something?
This is what we're.
Well, that's what
that would be the interim. Before,
Yes.
Yeah.
Well,
The building
getting
in Roosevelt would just be until we got something done at the jail site, not talking about the one across the road.
Right. Yeah. So, okay, so that one really has nothing to do with the other one then.
Well, it all intertwines with long-term, but so we're hoping, and I think this board, as we've talked about the impound building a lot, and we're looking at, we've got some plans and we're waiting for, I think that Todd's working with the architect, and we didn't want to hire an architect because we didn't think it was needed, but I think they're coordinating some of the electrical and water, because there is some things, I mean, it's not a office building, but there still you have to follow the state and local rules on it. So we're moving towards that direction. I think hopefully within, well, hopefully next year at this time I mean, I don't know if we can get anything built this year, but hopefully next year at this time they'll be working on that. So if that happens, then I think Todd gave a list of all the places where his equipment is. One of them's at the fire hall, and now they are adding equipment, so we have to get out of there. So that's why we have to lease space. So our space needs are such that.
And we have the Bearcat coming.
Yeah, so we will be needing to rent space till we get this built, unfortunately.
Well, can we at least build something to hold this stuff rather than rent?
By next year this time, we hopefully be building it, yes.
But in the interim, we need to try to get our emergency equipment.
I agree. I want it all in one place. I want it not people running around looking for it.
Yeah.
Here's just an example. We had an incident up on Two Inlets Lake a few weeks ago. It was a crash. We have all of our emergency equipment in many different places. The sergeant that was on duty that night, he got to the street. Where do I go? Fairgrounds,
right.
8th Street. Those seconds, minutes count. You go to one wrong building and the equipment is not there, then you got to try to find it. And I'm sorry, I mean, 10 different locations is.
What I would like to do, if being we're on the other topic, I would like the board just to direct Carrie to, to look into the purchase of, there's two options of places on those lots. Just get numbers and bring back to us. We can decide if we want to review them or put them on our agenda at a later date. I mean, that's all we need to look at.
I would agree.
Mr. Chair, the number's there. It's 91,260.
Yeah.
That's what the list price is, yeah.
Yeah. And then there's the lot.
There's another option below that.
Lot just south of it.
Price. Right?
Yeah. Well, we're giving them free computers.
Yeah.
There you go.
So, I mean, I think, there's no action. I wasn't thinking there'd be an action day, but a direction at least investigate it. And if the board's open to investigating that as an option, that's what we do.
And also too, I think we could look at the lot just adjacent to it or south of it.
South of the original.
Yeah. Because those are the,
I do think we need to do some long-term planning,
yeah.
I agree.
right? I mean, that,
I really agree.
And that's part of it. And the other thing, so if Carrie would do that, I don't think we need board motion, just to go look at information. I think Todd wants to highlight that, these could be gone in a month or two, or so he wants to highlight that. The other thing is, if we move forward with the lease on this, we probably have space in a couple of our buildings that we might want to lease out short-term until we.
Yes.
I mean, example would be possibly the building on A Street, the house 4-H. There's a large area in there that could be leased out. And if we're moving out of the equipment out of the transit building, we got to work with the Fair Board and see if we could temporarily lease some of that space out, because we have to start looking at some income sources on these things also, if we can.
We have that piece of land at the EDA, Erica, that we can't seem to do.
the one
anything
in
with.
Frazee.
No, it's right in town here.
Oh, right by the West River Town Hall.
Yes, and I wonder if we can trade that to the city. Well, we
Well,
can't.
Carrie, that'd be
it's not-
something.
It doesn't
That's a good
work for
idea.
us.
Yeah.
Mhm.
it's
But
not-
I would be,
Yeah.
and that's what we should try and, you're trading in shotguns.
know where that
I
is?
think we should maybe try and,
going to do pods.
yeah, because we can't seem to find a use for it, and that would make sense to try and.
So we're on to the next one. So we want to move forward with the leasing of the.
I think so.
So did we give Carrie direction on number 3?
Yeah.
I can certainly,
And then-
yes, I think I've got the directions. I'll put some options together. I'll meet with Kelsey again and bring them back.
Maybe even investigate that a little bit.
Oh, the trade,
Yeah, I don't.
rental of space. Yeah, I think I've got it.
Yep. All right, then let's go on to item number 4, Todd.
Yeah, just maybe we should look into the trading or not trading, but leasing out of
Yes.
some of the sites too. But that would be requiring Fair Board and EDA's involvement. So.
Yep.
Of the.
Yeah, we could talk about specifically the extension building
And
renting out
EDA and
at
Fair
EDA
Board.
this week.
And I would really like the Fair Board to come to, and we figure out what we want to move, how we want to move forward with that building.
Yes.
Because
Yeah.
we want some resolve there. Now that we have to get some income, now that the sheriff, if we're going to move forward with this, the sheriff's going to be moving out of there to in the future, so. I would make a motion to approve the lease agreement terms with the city of DL for Becker County.
For renting?
For
rental.
renting the building on.
Up to, or the dates, I mean, don't want to lock ourselves into more than.
It's currently being used right now, but apparently that's just short term.
It
so,
is.
Yeah.
I asked Kelsey about the term or what they would, and they're open. Perhaps a suggestion might be a 1-year lease with
Let's
renewal
just say
options.
motion to authorize negotiations with the facility for now,
Okay.
and then bring it back.
And then bring it back?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, so we have a motion by Barry. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Erica. Do we have any further discussion?
So is that to gather information, or is that to sign a lease to
Sign-
rent it for a
sign-
while?
Bring the lease
To
to
get a
us to
lease.
approve.
For approval, because there's details we have, I mean, we can't commit to more than a certain time frame. We want to see
Yeah.
but we would have to do that anyway. We'd have to have it authorized to, or
Yeah,
authorized.
so I'll
No,
do
that-
the,
that
I'll
would-
do the legwork and I'll bring
Yeah.
it back.
So we're authorizing Carrie to do all that legwork and bring it back. Okay, so we have a motion, second. Any further discussion? Okay, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, motion carries.
Mr.
Thank you.
Chair, I need a ways to come along on this to be able to vote for this. I agree. I agree we have storage issues. I agree with that, but is it appropriate or inappropriate to sit down with, I'm not on sheriff, but this is going to be a big deal and there's going to be a lot of money. Is it appropriate to go to Sheriff Glander and sit down and have conversations with him?
Yeah.
He
Okay.
can't buy you any pie or anything,
Okay.
but he can talk to you.
We'll be in touch.
Yeah. Oh, there's some things that, yeah, I would gladly
Melted
Okay.
talk.
I just wanted you guys to all know, I don't want to step
Yeah,
on the
yep.
high, or the.
Can I update?
Yep.
Mr. Chair, our Bearcat came in last Friday.
Oh, sweet.
It's here now?
It's here.
Can we drive it?
I drove it.
Or at least
Yeah.
ride it.
No, it didn't say you do it. Can we?
It's an amazing tool, and that's what it's going to be, is a tool. And we had to move items out of the one storage building to make room for this. So, again, that's just an example, but it is here. Thank you.
Awesome.
And if we want to see it,
Oh, get a hold of me. Yeah.
Yeah, I want to see.
Maybe
it.
that should be the first stop in your tour.
That's what
Yes.
I was actually thinking of that.
Okay? Yeah. Let me check my list. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
So I think,
thanks, Sheriff.
all right, planning and zoning, Kyle.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Commissioners.
Kyle.
First item I have for you today is Planning Commission recommendations from April 30th. First being Nicholas and Betsy Lewis, requesting a conditional use permit for a retaining wall. Recommendation was to approve.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
All right, motion by Erica, second by Phil. Do we have any further discussion?
How high was this one? I was curious if we would have had the new ordinance in place, it wouldn't be required. So we're looking at the retaining wall ordinance
Being
that 4 feet or
formidable.
less would be.
I think it was,
Formidable.
It doesn't matter, that's fine.
4 foot.
Oh, so it would be permittable then. All right, do we have any further discussion? Okay, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Right, motion carries.
Second request was for a preliminary plat for 6 lots to be known as Registered Land Survey Number 2. This is 6 lots on Rock Lake. It's technically, we probably could have done something by meets and bounds in an administrative survey, but given the description, it's in Torrens. So this is only the second registered land survey in the county, but the recommendation was to approve.
I'll make a motion to approve.
And I will second.
All right, we have a motion by Eric and a second by Phil. Do we have any further discussion? All right, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, motion carries.
The third applicant, Fum Trust, was tabled. The individual was out of state. She sent her director, but there was quite a few questions that couldn't be answered, so we will maybe see that in May or June, or our May meeting or June meeting. So we'll move on to the next applicant, which was a request for a conditional use permit for mining operations. There was a recommendation to approve. I did speak with the applicant after the meeting, actually this morning. There's some differences in the mining plan versus the conditional use permit. He asked for hours of operation from 7:30 to 5, and then it was originally a 10-acre site, but the mine plan said 15 acres. Technically, he can go up to 40 acres with no environmental review, being he's outside the shoreline. So just those two things I want to clarify and have you consider. 7:30 to 5, and then if you're good with up to 40 acres.
Do we have a motion to approve?
He went from 10 acres to 40 acres?
Well, he has 10 acres in the conditional use permit, and then the mine plan said 15.
So can we say up to 15?
You could.
Okay.
I just told him we're gonna have to, it'd be nice to have some limitations on it, and the planning commission didn't consider that. I should have advised them to do that, but he can always come back if he wants to exceed 15.
So I'll make a motion to approve up to 15 acres with the time from 7:30 to 5, Monday through Friday.
I'll second it.
So we have a motion by Erica and a second by Phil. Do we have any further discussion? Okay, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, motion carries.
And the last application was a request for a conditional use permit for the cultivation, manufacture, and wholesale of cannabis. Recommendation was to approve with the condition that the applicant meet the required setbacks or have a granted variance. And depending on what happens with our amendments, he may be able to meet that 100-foot requirement, or he is on the agenda, or they are on the agenda for our Board of Adjustments on this Thursday.
And the applicant is here.
He is, yes.
So they're on the agenda to go away from our limits already?
Well, they were on there last month because we had them at 500, right?
Yeah.
And they couldn't meet 500. He's able to meet 100, but the operation could be screened better or less visual from, I want to say, the road.
It would be further from the residences and then screened a lot better from the road for windbreak and if we were able to move it 20 feet. But as it is, if you guys.
How many acres?
5.
If you wish to speak, come up to the.
Yeah, come up and so we can hear you. Yeah, come on, go ahead, come on up.
5 acres?
You have 5 acres, correct?
Yes, 5 acres.
Yeah.
Did you state?
He can meet the 100-foot if that is approved today.
State your name too.
Brian Wilms.
Okay.
So we can meet the 100-foot. It's just, it puts it in the center of our property, which puts it directly behind our house and closer to the 2 residences. On the north side, we have federal land that's not buildable. It's like a slough, basically. And so if we can move, like say you guys do the 100-foot setback, we get approved for the variance, we can move it 40 feet towards that property line. Then it's going to be completely screened in by trees from the road, and it's going to be further away from the residences on that far side. And then there's nothing on the north side to build. So we can meet the current, like if you guys approve the 100-foot, we can meet that. So if the variance committee tells us no, they don't want to allow us to move it, we can still do it. We will just have to put it somewhere that's not optimal for us. And it'll be closer to neighbors and stuff, so. But either way, we can still do it. Like, we were just told there was going to be 100-foot, so we wanted to try and get in and mitigate that beforehand, so.
Mr. Chair, can I chime in on this?
Yeah, Roger, why don't you come up to the.
Okay, no, this is fine. Mr. Chair and Commissioners, townships are not really liking this 100-foot. I know you had the meeting, I had sent something to Phil, I sent my email to Dave Bloomstead, and he gave it to everyone, and I think both of you probably got that too, at your committee, because I was out in I don't know if you're gonna approve that 100 feet. Just last night, I heard on TV, I don't know if that was Clay County, they're moving theirs to 200 feet. I don't know what you guys are planning on doing.
Mr. Chair, we're going to get to that, right, Kyle?
Yeah.
And
We're at five- we're
on
at 500
his
feet.
approval, right?
Yeah, so,
No, we're not in, we're on his conditional use permit right now, right? After this, then we're, right, Kyle, am I right on that? Then we're going to talk about
so,
the
so
distances.
if we were to approve this currently, it would be at the current 500 feet until we change, okay. So,
Okay.
yeah.
Which is why
Well, I
the
think,
recommendation is to
Yeah.
meet the setbacks.
Yeah,
Yeah, okay, I'll talk, I would like to
yeah,
speak later.
yeah, no, thanks, Roger, yeah. So just so we're clear, we're not approving, that's the next item on the agenda is that.
Right.
So we approved this, we're approving it at 500 feet.
I was just clarifying that stipulation in the minutes.
Yeah.
well, in my opinion, I think 5 acres is too small of a site for a commercial, for this type of, and I think we should have a limit on our size requirements in our ordinances. I mean, we are learning this as we go. And if you take a 5 acre spot with a 100-foot setback on all sides, there's not much usable area. Hence the request for a variance already within this, even if we do allow it or don't allow it, he was going to apply for a variance. So, I mean, we're learning the pros and cons of these operations as we go. And I think this is one that's showing us some of the deficiencies already of what we're even proposing. I mean,
So 5 acres, that's a huge
Well,
piece of
to be
property.
clear, we can only grow a half an acre
Oh.
with our license. We are a micro business. We can only grow half an acre. So, I mean, for a micro, social equity, we were approved because we were adversely affected by the cannabis laws. This is craft cannabis on a very, very small scale. This is what the state intended for that license. Like, how much property are we legitimately supposed to own to grow half an acre of weed, like, of cannabis? Like, how much are we supposed to own? Are we supposed to own 50 acres? Like, that's not really feasible. Like, we're talking very small scale. These are people that are bootstrapping businesses with very little money. Like, we're using what we've got. Like, that's what this was written for. We can meet it without the setbacks if you guys do the 100-foot, without a variance. If you do the 100-foot, we have plenty of space. It's not the best location visibly for the neighbors. We're worried about the neighbors. So even without the variance, we can still do it. We have plenty of property.
you're saying you can do it if we approve with this current, if we,
The 100 feet.
with the 100-foot setback with not a minimum acreage
Is
requirement.
this inside or outside?
It is
So it's inside of a
enclosed in
building?
a 6-foot fence inside a greenhouse.
Okay,
And we're talking a 30 by 40 greenhouse.
okay.
Part of the problem that we've been having though, like, I've heard both sides that we want it in an industrial area. We'll never have it in an industrial area if we have 500-foot setbacks, because you'll never have an industrial piece of property that large. So when I hear we want it outside, we want it inside. If we keep these large setbacks, they're going to be in these rural areas. That's where they'll have to stay, because you won't meet the setbacks.
Are they making alcohol on Main Street here in town? They're making alcohol here?
There's
Isn't there a brewery
Buckwheat
right in
Brewing?
town?
Yes, right in town.
Okay. Well, this is where I'm confused, as I've been around both all of my life.
Both what?
Alcohol and
I want to get this on
I've
record.
watched it used, I've watched all of it, and if they're making alcohol on Main Street, I'm just gonna tell you guys, if you don't know much about marijuana or alcohol.
I don't.
Alcohol could cause you to do some really wild and devastating things. And I asked one of our deputies about this, who's been in law enforcement his whole life, because I wanted to know what are the true facts here, and which one do you want to deal with? He did not want to deal with somebody that drank a bottle of Windsor, and somebody that was on smoking weed was no problem. And so if we can make alcohol there, this is what I'm confused about. Why are these setbacks so far for this? I mean, nothing's gonna come out, it's not gonna leak out of that
It's a
building
plant.
and
Like,
get
it's
in
not
the air
gonna-
or something. So I'm just confused why they are so, what are this, what are we worried about?
I think part of the issue, Richard, is right or wrong, alcohol is accepted in our society. We're not there yet with cannabis, with much of the society.
Yeah,
So I think that, again, right or wrong, that's where we're at as far as
I'd just
community
like to
input.
stick to facts. I understand people can't accept this, but just because they can't get it in their mind, maybe we need some kind of education on it. I've seen all of it, and so
I would agree.
I'm just confused.
But I don't think, in my opinion, this is a growing, but I mean, it's a different type of use than an agricultural area. I mean, it is going to be it has to be a secure area with 24/7 surveillance. I mean, it's a different type of project in the middle of agricultural. So you want to make sure you're not, in my opinion, what I worry about is the negative effect on the neighboring properties, the neighboring homeowners there.
I mean, house prices are based on the sale of houses in the area, not whether or not there's a business or what they're doing with that. It's how much a house in that area sold for. So when you look at the property values and that kind of stuff, we're talking about a 60 by 70 fenced area, and it is licensed, legitimate, secure. It's not, we're not putting giant manufacturers. They're trying to put in a feedlot right north of us. That is way more detrimental to the housing costs for that area than what we're trying to do. Like, this is a plant. It's not going to hop out of its pot and go attack some kid. It is literally tomato plant. Like, I'm just saying, like, it's not even psychoactive until about its last 2 weeks of its life cycle. And then we chop it down, and then it goes into buckets, and it's secured, and then it gets moved off site. It is literally a garden. Somebody with a medical license can grow 6% of what we're attempting to grow without a license and without oversight. They can grow 12 plants medically, or 16 plants medically. So a dozen people can get together and grow exactly what we're trying to do. Like, it's not large scale industrial, like, we're not putting up a bunch of buildings, like, none of it's permanent. It's not.
So you mentioned it's a micro facility, correct?
Yes, it's micro business license.
So if this is approved, Kyle, can you tell me, it's the 30 by 40 building you mentioned? Is that in the plan?
Yep.
So everything that's in the plan would be limited to that and not expansion, correct?
We are extremely limited through OCM. We have to give them a site plan, and we are not allowed to.
Let me ask, I'm asking Kyle.
My understanding, you can't have more than 5,000 square
So
feet of growth.
I'm understanding that, but if we approve this plan and it states a 30 by 40 building and everything in the plan, we can limit it to that.
Yes, you can condition it to that.
Condition, I mean, I think, in my opinion, I think it's important. So according with your plan, then they can't grow in size for the construction footprint.
Without getting permission.
Without getting
Without
another
comeback.
permit. Conditionally, so.
Yep.
So the whole site will be 70 by 60.
It's, depending on the setbacks, it'll either be 60 by 70 if we can get it closer to the property line to screen it. Otherwise, it'll be, I think, 50 by 100 to meet the setback, the proposed 100-foot setback, and to adjust it because we've got some trees and that kind of stuff in the middle of our property we'll have to work around and deal with. So at most, though, the growing portion is a 30 by 40 hoop house, and we have a 6 by 12 greenhouse for starts, for seeds. And that's also in our plan, and that's through the OCM, and we will also be limited from them, and we will have to update everything through them and get permission also to do anything more than that too. And then our maximum is 5,000 square foot indoor or half acre outside.
Well, your maximum is not what we're talking about here when you say a 30 by 40.
No, that's
and a 6 by 12
6
by
by 12 for small plants for seedlings.
So, to be clear though, you can grow 20,000 square feet if it's outside.
I believe if it's outside,
Something for you to consider then, because everything we've every application we've considered has been inside, and to my knowledge, that's 5,000.
Yes, indoor is 5,000.
Are you,
So-
in your plan, are you growing anything outside?
No, no, it is just hoop house and then that little greenhouse. Everything is, they consider it mixed light. So everything is enclosed.
We could conditionally do that too.
I'm wondering, I mean, have you talked to the neighbors to see if they would prefer it out in your preferenced location away from
It'll
them?
actually be further away and less visible. for
That's what
them.
I'm saying. Have you talked to them and asked them which they would prefer?
No, so once we got approved for this, like I was going to, because I've already reached out to them, I was going to contact them and see if they would come into the variance meeting or at least give us a letter or send a letter saying they would like
Mr.
it
Chair,
further.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Nelson, in the listings here, it shows who showed up. Most of them were neighbors, correct?
Yes, most of them live
most of them were
2 to 3 miles away, mile away.
Yeah, I was wondering
Neighbors,
who,
but not
I was wondering who
Not
the
direct.
ones that are closest to you, who's closest to that?
There's a.
I mean, I don't
I
know
don't have
exactly
mine.
where.
Dwayne Hanson is across the road.
Is that the house or is that the farmland? Because there's,
The White Hanson, which I would not heard from.
okay, and then the Strandbergs.
I think that was the one that we heard from those that rent the land directly, I think, from the Hanson.
Where does Michael Mund live?
Yeah.
Michael
He lives in
Mund?
town. He was a supporter. He came in
Okay.
at the.
He
he's
owns a grow shop, retail in town. He is
Okay.
also working on micro. He is working with DL. He's trying to do dispensary and that kind of stuff.
Okay.
So he's a possible cannabis business owner too.
You don't, can you bring up well, I don't need a map. My concern is the closest homeowner, what their view is, and if you would, if this is
I
approved.
do believe that the 2 closest homeowners have not had anything good or bad to say about it.
One, Strandberg, I believe, was there.
Strandberg's not listed.
He's not
No,
listed.
they were not at the meeting.
Strandberg's not listed.
Whose farm is the
Dwight Hanson.
The one on
That's out north
the
Ottawa.
bottom left is the Strandbergs, and I contacted them, and they did not have any questions or anything for me.
So
And then the one bottom right, I have tried to go over there several times since we moved in, and I've never been able to get somebody at home. It's got a bunch of farm equipment and tires and stuff out front. I figured it was like a seasonal farm house kind of thing. I don't know. I couldn't get a hold of anybody. Like, it's
don't know who-
all the equipment and.
who's lives there or whose property it is.
I know we heard from Irma Gillespie. I know we heard from John Hanson and his wife. There's 2 other women, and I can't.
Several of those people indicated that they were from Wolf Lake, which is about 40 miles from
No,
where we're
the
at.
same, the same folks that were at the Board of Adjustments meeting. Oh, Renee Koski.
Koski.
She was one.
Mhm.
She's northwest.
And Alvin Warling,
Albert Moreland.
but I think that one's not super close, or he's not super close.
Yeah, he's west.
What's the parcel number of that house, that farm? Just for curious. The one with the, yeah.
Yeah.
Is that you're on 13?
Parcel number 140073000.
That's Dwight's also. Let me just look. This one?
That's Dwight.
I would like it screened with trees a little bit better, if that's,
Oh, the property is completely surrounded by lilacs that are about 10 feet tall. And then so if the 100-foot setbacks are in place, where we are attempting to put it is going to be fully screened.
would that be right
by
behind your
trees.
house?
That would be.
To the
yes,
west of your
So
house?
there is screened by trees. With the 100-foot setback, it will have to go like down and to the left where the trees are in the center of the yard. to get 100 foot from that northern property line. And so
So here's
the
the thing.
hope is to get it back there where it's completely screened.
That would be the hope, but they're gonna ask you, you know, what the practical difficulty is to put it there. And judging from that last meeting,
Yes.
if you come in and say you can now meet that setback, they're most likely gonna have you do that. So for Commissioner Nelson's sake, if you want it screened, then you should probably elaborate on that, because the likelihood of getting a variance when you say you can meet a setback
Yes,
is probably
fair
not
enough.
very.
So you can see where all the trees are, the fir trees and then the lilacs. And then in front of those fir trees are a bunch of chokeberries and small buildings, and then greenhouses and stuff for personal use. And so it is completely screened from the yard on that side and the north side because there are 10-foot, roughly 10-foot lilacs. So if we have to move it 100 feet, we have to move it just beyond the edge of that fencing there, and then we're gonna move it back from the house further because it'll be directly behind us. So it's gonna be completely open to the roadways, and it'll be closer to the residences that are directly south. So for our purposes, being able to put it there is much better as far as line of sight. It'll be completely enclosed, and then it has a fence around it with privacy slats. So if we can put it there, you won't even be able to see it anywhere from the road or neighboring houses.
Well, I think for the purpose of today, we have to go with the 100-foot setback.
Yes.
Okay.
We can't consider where it would be for a variance, just because, as Kyle said,
We can't really go with the 100-foot setback yet.
Yeah.
We haven't approved it. So maybe we should tweak, I don't know. Do we change the order up here, or do we just approve it, and then if we do get a 100-foot setback, then?
Part of the stipulation is I
Sure,
have
you
to
can
meet
do whatever
any
you want.
setback, so.
Yeah,
I agree with you. I think you probably should act on that other.
yeah. So,
Because otherwise you'd be approving, you could approve this with the condition of a variance. That's
we
one
could,
option.
Table that and then go through.
or we
item
could
two,
approve it,
back.
we could approve this with the 100-foot setback, provided let's just go to the other one first. Let's table this right now, then we'll go to the ordinance, and then we'll come back.
Okay.
Yeah, you
So
go,
we're
yeah,
gonna wait?
thank you, yeah.
Okay, so after our Shell Lake application, we were given some direction to go back and reconsider setbacks. So that's what we did. We met with the zoning ordinance advisory committee first, who recommended 100 feet from any property line or road right away for cultivation, manufacture, and wholesale. And then they eliminated the setbacks for retail. And just said, do standard setbacks if you build a building, meet, right away setback, side yard. Took that recommendation to the planning commission.
And we did that to match our other rules, correct?
Essentially, yes. I mean, the conversation has always come up, we don't have it for alcohol or what have you, so why are we doing it?
Right,
for-
okay.
So that's
Well-
how we got there.
Yeah, that was retail. We were mostly when we eliminated the setbacks, because we considered kind of more like an alcohol. And the restrictions that they have on retail are significant. But we wouldn't, I don't want to propose that we would allow a cannabis store in a rural setting anyway. That would be a commercial business. I mean, that's where you would limit it as a commercial business, just like any other business. You would argue for or against it when it came through. So the setbacks wouldn't be what you're arguing against this setting, so.
So that recommendation was brought to the planning commission. They altered that and amended it to keep the 100-foot setback for cultivation, manufacture, and wholesale, but keep the original 1,000 feet from a school, 500 feet from a church, daycare, library, residence, or adjacent property, 500 feet from a residential treatment facility, and 500 feet from a park, playground, or athletic field for retail. But there again, reading that, I think a majority of those would be fine from a school, from a church, from a daycare. However, I don't know that you'll ever have a retail business that meets 500 feet from a residence on an adjacent property, for the simple fact that they're normally going to be in a more urban setting, and being 500 feet from something would probably
Hard to do.
right.
Yeah.
Now,
I mean,
I keep that. I just want to point it out.
I can think of a couple businesses in my area that have a bar, restaurant that could sell retail that are close to and adjacent.
Do we know what the
Residents.
states, have they got any better guidelines? Any,
They've been busy.
I mean, we don't have any,
Setbacks?
That's the latest stuff I got.
Maybe we should let Mr. Winters.
Yeah, let's let Roger talk. Come over here, Roger, have a seat at the chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. I had different calls that they wanted me to call a special meeting of the Township Association, and I said no, because I reached out to the sheriff, I reached out to him, Phil, and then also the planning commission, and I don't think it was a unanimous vote on what happened that night. I think some had different ideas on it. So what I want to say, what I heard last night, now they're moving to 200 feet. Now, I didn't catch it was Clay County, or what county, but it's out there.
If it is Clay, then that is a reduction though, because we modeled our first ordinance off of them. So I think they're probably running into the same thing. What you're running into, what Commissioner Jepson elaborated on earlier, is it accepted by the community? But the counties have said, we're going to allow it, okay? So then we put these setbacks in place and it can't go anywhere. So now if Clay is going to 200, then they are reducing their setbacks because ours are modeled off theirs.
Okay, because right now you're at 100?
No, right now we're at 5.
Okay, so the 200 on growing, or it, I think that's what I understood. But you can't take my full word on that because I just heard what was on the TV on it, and that was yesterday's meeting. So you would have to check that out, but, so I'm just bringing stuff back from what I've heard from our township people, that they're not for this. And you also, at the meeting, you got the 1,000 and you got the 500 from churches and stuff. And that's what we wanted.
Roger, let me ask you one question.
Yes, sir.
Are they opposed to the retail side of it, or are they opposed to the growth side? Growing side?
Growing, yes.
Both.
Both, so basically both then?
Yeah.
Title land is definitely opposed.
Okay.
Yes.
I would say there are several in my eastern side that.
Yeah, so I mean, you're hearing and you're probably getting calls and that, and from what the people I talked to, 100 feet is too close. So you guys got to make that decision. The state, I don't know where they're at. Doesn't the tribes all over the state still have control on this? They're the ones that are doing stuff. See, we're in a dilemma too, because we have part of our area of the county is in a reservation. We don't know where they're at. I think they have one spot that they're selling now, but they still have to wait for the permit from the state. We're up at Moorhead. Do you know?
I understand they're open, I believe, aren't they? The jail beer site?
I think they are.
Is it open?
Nobody know, I don't, as far as I know from now.
You said?
No, actually, I didn't say I go up there, Barry. I said I've been around both all my life.
Yeah, we know that.
I've observed a lot of it, so.
Yeah.
And that's why I want to do the right thing here, but I guess that, just because somebody feels, but I would want to know what's the difference, because it's all inside of a building, okay?
For growing.
Nobody's going in there, and why does it have to be? I would just like to see a common sense approach to this, and a real answer on why does it have to be, because I don't want to make it hard for him, because it's easy for the tribe up there. And if it's going to be legal, I don't want to make it so hard for our people here that they can't compete with them. And I don't know what happened to where the tribe could just come in and.
But it's all over, all the other tribes, the whole state of
That's what I mean.
Minnesota.
And so that's what I'm saying. And I don't want to shove anything down anybody's throat, but I'd like to see some real damage here between 100 and 200 feet if it's going to be allowed. We're going to allow it, but we're going to make it really hard for the guy just because I don't know that you could smell it. I don't think you could smell it. You can't see it. This is the, I've had some trouble with feedlots next to my house for real reasons, but I love.
Richard, you guys are gonna have to make the final decision.
Right.
We're just bringing these comments to
And
you.
I'm just trying to figure out why we would make it so hard for
We
people, that's
had a
all.
solution to that. If the townships, if 37 of them or the majority unanimously oppose this. I have said in the past, township should probably lay back a little bit when it comes to zoning. But if you guys are unanimously against this, there is a mechanism in place. That's why I've never seen the state ask for you to delegate an authority of a new law back to the county. They made that very clear that you have the power, you have the authority. I asked for that meeting to have all the townships come in, lay it out for them, how to take control of this. It'd be very simple. But they're not willing to do that, then I think that's an easy solution.
We can do that at a later date here, but we're kind of wondering if this is gonna be, it can be amended, or is this gonna be in concrete now, what you guys decide today?
Well,
what we decide today is going to be in place until
It's amended.
if it would be amended again.
Okay.
Which it could be amended at any time. We would just have to go through the process.
Process.
As Commissioner Nelson has said, we're learning,
Yeah.
as we go, unfortunately, with the cannabis, because it's been laid in our lap and we're required to make these rules, and we're doing.
The last
the best we
meeting,
can do.
excuse me, but the last meeting, Commissioner Hanson asked if all the townships are in. I got one with me to give to you, Carrie. Did some come in recently? I haven't. You haven't got, so there's still 4, and I talked to all 4 of them. They said, we're on our work, so sending them to you.
But my question is,
Yeah.
in my opinion, the county board has kind of shown its cards on its stance, because they've approved a few and they put an ordinance in place. Why are these townships delegating this authority to them if they're that opposed to it? Why are they
That's a
not
good point.
taking it themselves?
Yeah.
That's the question I asked Title Land, and I volunteered, and our administrator is aware of this, to have a meeting and lay this all out, be very simple, and then you make that decision. But I don't think delegating this back and then, I mean, some of the phone calls I've been getting ain't been the friendliest, and I don't understand when I'm trying to say, you have the ability to do it, and we'll help you do it.
But that's one thing we can do, Kyle. It takes the process to get all the townships emailed and get them in here, a meeting in a couple of weeks. Busy time of the year, but
Yeah.
I can, if you're recommending that, I can do that early on. I said no, because we go through.
Well,
the process.
in all reality, it could wait until the fall meeting. I mean, there's going to be potential more permits that come, but
Yeah,
as far as the township goes.
Well, each township, they don't have to have a meeting, they can just do it individually.
Mm-hmm.
And individual townships can come and do this.
yeah. And
You don't need to have the group meeting.
Mm-mm.
Oh, that's what I didn't want to do, but.
I mean, I just want to explain to them, here's the thing, so it'd be a discussion for you, but let's just say we do, and I don't want to do this for everything, but given this hot topic with them, we can enter into a joint powers agreement with them where our office administers all the paperwork, does all the mailings, is required for all the statute requirements, but the applicant has to come to your meeting to get approval.
Your meaning the individual
Township.
Township.
Yes, and they will no longer come here. Again, that would.
Individual townships
Yes.
or the twice a year township?
No, individual. So
Individual.
if there's an applicant in your township, they'd have to come to you. We'll handle the paperwork, but you have to make the determination.
You have to give final approval. It's the same thing we do with the extraterritorial thing with the 6 townships touching Detroit Lakes.
Yes, and it would have to be, the county board would have to agree to it, to enter into that. Or you could do it all on your own, which I know that's not favorable because no one knows what any of the
All
requirements are.
volunteers and whatnot,
Right.
but I probably do agree with you that give them their chance, have this meeting, if you're willing to come and speak, and then see what shakes out of it, and then go from there. And if they make the final decision and work from that and the state.
Mr. Chair, the general consensus, and feel free to input, but the general consensus that I've seen is if we can get the townships involved and let them make the decision. I mean, there's been.
I'm fine with the township taking
Eric?
control of any zoning
Right,
application they want.
getting their input has been very important over the years, right? And we usually take what the townships say, is that? true?
No, I would not go
No?
that far. If
No.
the Planning and Zoning Commission does not abide by what the township is requesting. I've seen them go opposite, exactly opposite.
Okay,
what
so
the
you're
township-
saying,
If the township wants to have control, they need to take the responsibility themselves.
which is what this would be doing, right, Kyle?
county then takes
On this
responsibility.
specific topic.
Yes.
Well, whatever topic you're,
Like
Yeah,
I
oh,
said,
okay.
I
Well-
wouldn't encourage a JPA for every item in our zoning ordinance. It would be a complete disaster. But something of this nature is easily handled. and
Okay.
I think could be.
Now, this is a total
facilitated.
deal, because for 25 years, the townships have gone, through the process and worked with you, you worked with them, and we need each other. On
Yes,
a
we
lot
do.
of, lot of process, but the final thing, has to come down to the county board, but, find out what they say, probably some said, no, you get a mutual agreement, majority, or find it out. Can do that. So, thank you for your time on this, and kind of know where majority of us stand.
Okay.
And can I say one other thing? So when I was in Washington DC, I had 5 minutes with Congressman Pete Staber on land transfers, and he's now, don't know a lot about it, but the state, I say, we're opposed. I told him all that. So our state is going to make probably the final thing, because they're involved with Tamarack. But he wants to know more, so he gave me information how to eventually get to talk to him, so the congressman is up to date on this transfer stuff, because he's way over there. Very good, thank you.
Thanks, Ryan.
Thanks, Roger.
Yep.
Thank you.
We're on 2A.
Yep. So we have to,
I just want to make my
yep.
thoughts known. I do believe we need the setbacks on retail. I can think of, again, we got several letters on, I think it was Two Inlets specifically, where there's a church right across from Two Inlets.
Yes.
That they just,
And that's definitely within 500 feet.
for sure, yeah, it's directly across the highway. So I do not support removing the setbacks for retail that we have.
that's been recommended from Planning and Zoning.
Well, the planning and
Yeah.
zoning recommended to keep the setbacks. The zoning ordinance recommended to eliminate the retail
Zoning,
setbacks.
Planning and zoning recommended to keep the setbacks for retail.
Mhm.
And then yeah.
The zoning ordinance recommended to get rid of them. Yep. So I'm just saying, I believe we need them for retail. Again, as this becomes more accepted, as, it can change, but I think for now, for my district specifically, which is quite large, I think
Are you making a
this,
motion?
no, I'm not yet.
So I would agree, but on the other side of that, I think that I'd be in favor of changing, going with the recommendation here for the grow with the setback.
To 100 feet?
Yep, I'd be in favor of that. But I also agree with your deal on retail. I don't know if maybe 500 is the exact number, but I don't know what the exact number would be, but I don't think we can make it 100.
I mean, I think as far as the school, I don't think,
No.
and I mean, I think that's,
And then maybe the residential people living, like for example, back to Inlets, yeah, there's people that live close to there, but maybe that's not such a big deal. Because
I
it's
think-
already it's a
I think
bar,
of like
restaurant,
Toad Lake Store,
gas station.
there's somebody that lives right
Yeah,
next to them,
Yeah.
Inlets. I know there's
correct.
Shell, or not Shell Lake, Snellman. There's a
Mhm.
little,
Yep.
what-
Yeah,
Sunlight, Curly.
Sunlight Curly.
Yep.
All of them, I mean, I don't see any issues in trying to administer it from a school, a daycare, a library.
No.
But a residence, I think you may want to
Residence is the
consider
one, yeah.
decreasing that, because otherwise you're just gonna have, everyone will have a variance. And if that's the idea, that's fine too. But
Does anybody have any other thoughts?
Where does it say residence in the
Right here, 500 feet
500.
from church, daycare, library, or residence on an adjacent property.
Where is it?
On page 112.
Right there, the second bullet.
So the motion said remove the except retail? I don't understand the.
Yeah, it's a little confusing.
The planning commission?
Yeah.
I haven't, no motion has been made today.
The planning commission made a motion.
The planning commission made a motion.
It said to remove the except retail.
and put everything back in.
Yeah.
That was a little convoluted. The whole idea was to keep them for retail and only reduce it for. I know
Growing.
that Tommy did say, I think he said that exactly, except retail, but to strike that.
Yeah, to get rid of it. Yeah, when I read that too.
I'm gonna have to wordsmith this whole thing.
Yeah.
After, but just to get the idea that we want to keep what we have in place for retail and amend for growing, cultivation, and manufacture.
Well, is there an on and off sale on this thing?
I don't think
No.
so. Well.
So I mean, so
No,
what
I
I'm
think you
saying is,
can.
what is this retail store? You just go in there and buy it and leave?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but that is the question of what, like, all of these bars and liquor stores are already selling it. But it's, from my understanding, deprived from a different type of plant, hemp, and I don't know, but
Oh, so it's different, the stuff that's in the,
that's what I was
Bar?
told by the,
Question you guys have about that too. I've been doing research and writing SOPs and paperwork and reading all the laws for 2 years now, every day. So if there are any questions about it, I can explain.
you know.
I mean,
well,
there's like the gummies and that's already been.
Yeah, I
retail.
guess what I'm wondering is if you're just gonna go in there and purchase something and leave, but if you're gonna go in there and actually smoke it or drink it or
Chew
what, chew it, I guess, then that might be different if you live if it's next to my house. But if and so is there a difference on how
Where
it's
does it say
sold?
residential?
Because I mean, a bar,
retail's retail.
500
Retail
feet.
doesn't differentiate right
Yeah.
now.
Yeah.
You can go to Sunlight and drink.
that's what I
Yeah.
mean. You can go to Sunlight and drink and drive through the guy's house next door. I mean, this is what I'm just trying to see all the real concerns here, but.
It was supposed to.
I think they're
doesn't say
obviously valid
residential
from a
motion.
school and a church and everything
Yeah.
like that.
Oh, I think he
anybody
just
can
missed
argue
it.
that. The residence thing is what,
Because it says residence, yeah, it does. 500 feet from a church, daycare, library, or a residence on an adjacent property.
Mr. Chair, Kyle, do you want to wordsmith this, or do we need to take some action today, or you said there's some things that need to be changed?
I will make a motion to leave our retail setbacks as they currently are and decrease our growing setbacks to 100 feet on any property line or road right of way. And also add cannabis waste material shall not be incinerated
for any type of business.
for any type of business.
It's kind of what you had written in here.
Yep.
Okay.
So we have a motion by Erica. Do we have a second?
I'll second that motion.
So we have a second by Richard. Do we have any further discussion?
What is our current retail then? Is that for a residence?
Yeah, the current retail
is everything that's.
The current retail is going to stay the same.
Yeah, we're not changing
Yeah.
the retail part of it, and I would be concerned if people were
Yeah.
doing it there. That's
Yeah.
the part that would bother me.
So it does not include residence?
Nope, it does.
It does.
So it's 500 feet from a residence?
Yeah, we might have, here's my thought. We can approve it this way, and then if a retail place comes to us, we can look at the ordinance again and see.
Well, I don't know that we want to be that practice.
I don't know. I don't know.
Looking at, I mean, I don't think we want to look at an ordinance
No,
every time we
probably
get
not.
a
But
permit. I
to
mean, we
me,
need
I
to-
agree with Richard. 500 feet from a residence doesn't seem very logical.
Yeah, well, it's gonna make it, I'm just
It's gonna
saying.
make it hard.
If you're gonna let people do it, don't make it impossible and then let the tribe do whatever they want up there, or, we should be, It should be a fair playing field, and I, I don't care what kind of business, if it's legal. I'm not here to just say whether it's good or bad. I don't understand why they can make alcohol and right next to the coffee shop there, and you can drink it there and then run over a pedestrian or whatever, but this guy can't grow it where nobody's using it. So it's just hard for me to, I don't want to make things
Well, he
harder.
can grow it there.
Yeah.
He just can't sell it there.
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
That's why I'm saying, I understand about places where the actual product is being sold or used.
Well, that's what we're talking about.
That's what
We're
we're talking
only
about right
100
now.
feet from residents for growing.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes.
So what?
We're at 500 feet.
Yeah, and I don't know what to
100
say
we're
about that
100 feet
because
from
I don't know
property
if they can
Yep.
consume it there or if they can take it home with them and they can't consume
No,
it there.
there's,
That we're not gonna,
His
we don't,
business
that
does not
doesn't
sell it
say
at all.
that. Okay.
you don't go in a liquor store and drink.
Well, no, but you do go into a lot of them you do. You go into Sunlight, that's next to that house out there, and you can, I've seen
Right,
people
but that's
can't
supposed to
even
be,
crawl out of there.
that's supposed to be a different type of, it's deprived from hemp, not cannabis.
Oh, yeah, but I'm just saying the alcohol, okay? You can go into a bar and drink
Unless it's like an off
and
sale.
leave there
Well, if they have an on-off sale.
in pretty tough shape. So that's why that's what would concern me on how this is working. With him, he's growing it, nobody's consuming it, and so I'm having a hard time understanding. And so that's why I'm for this 100-foot for him. I don't know about the retail part because I don't know all the.
Well, you seconded my motion.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's why I do. Not on retail though, was
Yep.
it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, it's 100 feet?
No,
No,
no. It's still five.
It's still 500 and
The
1,000 for
retail's-
retail.
Right,
Yep.
that's what I'm saying.
Okay,
You were-
so the retail,
okay.
so the motion is the retail is the same. We're changing we changed the setback to 100 feet on grow and whatever the wording were. And then and all cannabis waste material cannot be incinerated.
Correct.
That's the motion we have. All right, so do we have a motion and a second? Do we have any other discussion?
And
Just-
Mr. Chair, just to be clear, when we do that, then we should restore that setback shall be measured from property lines for that residential stuff. For the simple reason that if you have 500 feet from a residence on an adjacent property, and that property, let's just say that property is vacant next to you, if you didn't measure from the property line, you'd be prohibiting people from building on a vacant lot that they currently own. So that's the discussion we had in the past. I'd just like to restore that.
I'll amend my motion.
Amend it, are you good with that?
Yeah, I
Okay,
would
yeah,
too. I
would
don't
too.
want to do that.
Yes.
Yes, all right, so we have a motion and a second. Do we have any more discussion? All right, all in favor?
I have a
Yep,
I have
go
a
ahead.
comment, and, the 100 feet on growing was an arbitrary number. It's between 100 and, we discussed 200, 150. We kind of made the assumption that if you, I just don't like the thought of having to apply for a variance before you even get a permit done. I'm just wondering it troubles me that we're having this discussion on a small piece of, it's basically applying for variances before we even approve anything. I have heartburn on that. So I'm is the 100-foot the right amount of setback on growing?
What would be your,
Yeah.
say you want it to be, what would be the reasoning? And that's all, I'm just looking for a good
Well-
reason. If somebody give me a good reason, I'd be glad to.
I'm looking at if you look at an example, the number of buildings then within that footprint of that buildable area, it could be all, I don't have I'm just still mudding through this whole ordinance, and it's hard to visualize, hard to know the negative impacts on this. Now, if there was I don't know, I'm not sold that it's wrong, I just don't know.
Well, that's what I've given it a lot of thought, and I just want to make sure, I want to, if there's actual harm here coming to somebody, but I'm finding it hard to understand how something grown inside and then packaged up and hauled away. I'm trying to look at how that affects people around it and
I think
because
some of the issues that we've heard on previous ones, especially at the planning commission, is there's a fear that having these types of facilities in rural area will bring more crime. People will try to break into these facilities. You're out in the middle of nowhere. It's going to take more time to respond to the.
And they're gonna rob you when they go by, or they're after, I mean, he's the
Well, you're
guy
bringing,
that's.
but
Well,
you're
that's
bringing
why
criminal activity to the community.
Okay, so that's what I mean. So they're gonna rob him and then siphon gas out of your lawnmower. Okay, well, I don't know that that's gonna happen. That's why,
But that's the main.
and I know
main
there's
concern
so
that-
many fears, and I have a lot of fears in this world too. I'm in fear all the time from a lot of different things.
That's why
Doesn't
having
really-
these big setbacks push them in a rural area.
Yeah, and so.
That's the other
Yeah,
discussion. You
that's
don't
what-
get, you
that's
don't get
what
a
I-
response time, when you have to be on a 40-acre parcel.
Yeah. That's why I think the 100-foot setback is appropriate, because now it doesn't force everything to go way out into a rural area by having a 500-foot setback. Because you can't, I don't know, I don't see the issues since everything is enclosed. It's fenced in, it's secured. I just don't see the issue.
I don't see the issues
Yeah.
with growing.
No, I don't either.
Are we, in this ordinance, are we requiring fencing around the structure? I mean, all structures?
I think they do.
They do, yeah.
The exact language says security provisions for fencing and lighting.
But the state requires it. Fencing.
Who?
6-foot security fence. Yes, please, go ahead. Come up to the, well, yeah.
So with the growing, like, is the concern neighbors, that kind of stuff? So you guys do 500 foot from residence, what, like, instead of property line, because depending on what it is, like, you just
That's
do
not for
from
growing.
residence, like the facility, like 500 foot from a adjacent residence. Because it gets you further away from houses if that's the concern. But then they can still put it whatever's optimal within their property. And then you have a larger setback than just 100 foot from the property line. Because I can put 100 foot from the neighbor's house if they're right on the property line. So if the concern is like neighbors, then why not do like 500 foot from the proposed facility layout to.
Because
the
just
neighbor?
because there is not a house there now, doesn't mean that there won't be. So your neighbors may be 500 feet, but they tear the house burns down, need to build a new one. Now we're restricting where they can build their house on their own property because of that setback from that facility.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
That's why you need to go
So
by.
if you go by the
property
property line, then it doesn't matter.
Yeah, it would prohibit them from subdividing their property and selling lots or anything like that.
I think there's a way you don't negatively impact them, because if they choose to build after something's established and you choose to do something, there's no restriction on you building closer to that facility than that facility building initially. I mean, we certainly can't have I understand your thought process on, so I mean, regardless, we just can't have a negative impact on the adjoining property.
Yeah.
Right.
Whichever way you
Exactly.
go.
And I think, yeah. And by having a 100-foot setback from the property line is not a negative impact on the property, adjacent properties. I don't believe. But I think that's
Once them
Okay, we have a
plants
motion.
start
We-
jumping
we
off
have-
the
we have a
top,
mo-
things are gonna change.
we have a motion and a second. So we have any more discussion? I think we are ready to vote, so. We have motion and a second, so all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Same sign? All right, motion carries. All right, now let's go back to letter E. And we're right here, okay.
Could you pop up that screen on the buildings on the property?
This one?
Yeah. this is your proposed, what you would want this, your site to, so you're
This was
asking,
the initial. At the last meeting when we came in, we had a alternate map that took into account the 100-foot setbacks. So it was in a slightly different location for that. I don't think I have any with me. I can check. But this was the initial.
So this didn't meet the 100-foot
This doesn't
setbacks?
meet the 100-foot setback. The buildings that are located inside and the grow area and everything is the same. It will just be moved to meet the 100-foot setback. It'll have to get moved about 50 feet south from that location.
so you mentioned the 30 by 40 and the 6 by 12. Well, now it's,
There's the hoop house and then a small greenhouse marked there.
what's the 8 by 32 trailer?
That is a mobile office. That is where our electricity goes in, our security system, storage, paperwork filing. With the OCM laws, we can have stuff in our residence, like through the garage and that kind of stuff where it's not attached, but we felt it would be better to have it all within the perimeter fence, so it was secure. So it's a mobile trailer, or a mobile office. Everything is temporary buildings. Everything can be moved except for the fence. So the fence, the plan was where we put it, then to extend it to the small fence area we already have, like if we go to sell or move the facility at a later date, and then to utilize that fence as part of the fence backyard. Everything else is temporary. It can all be moved. It's not permanent structures.
What's the pole shed? Is that?
It's a Versatube building that's covered storage and that kind of stuff. We're trying to keep everything.
It's a plastic hoop building?
It's metal.
A metal?
Yep, it's a Versatube, so it's like a metal carport, like you would go to Menards and buy and put up. So the attempt is to keep everything not only contained within the fence, but also contained within each building. So nothing is going to be done and like grown outside in full view and left outside. Everything's going to be in interior. And then the OCM rules are extremely strict on what we're allowed to do and how everything is done. It is all like this. It has to be within those buildings, and we are not allowed to expand without a bunch of permissions and inspections and that kind of stuff too. So.
Mr. Chair, one question. Is the proposed electrical already in?
No. No, we are going to have a electrician come out and tell us what's going to be best based on where it's located and do the electrical stuff. This is all just proposed. We have to get all this approved before we can even get the final license. We can't start building, we can't start putting anything in, anything. So.
Approved by the state? Approved by the state? By the
You guys, and then back through OCM, and then they have to come, and they actually, I think, send you guys stuff back to make sure that it's approved. There's still several steps before we can even start doing anything.
So in that drawing, 50 feet this way.
Basically,
Yeah.
50 feet south and then
Yep.
back probably 20 feet because there's some trees.
Okay.
That we have to work around, like the root systems and stumps and stuff when we move that. So we can meet the 100-foot setback. We will still be going to the variance because we were told previously that we needed it. And so we are still asked to have it moved. That way it's better screened and further from neighbors and less visual, because that would be better for the community, for where we're at. But if not, then we will still be able to do it there.
So my understanding, the only way to get a variance is if you can't meet the setups.
Yeah, and I think, and I think.
Setbacks.
We've already paid and been once, so we'll go again, and so more than likely we'll just have to move it, but we do meet the setbacks with 100 foot. And then that setback also limits us, like we won't be able to expand. The idea is, because we are so small, is to start with this, and then if it does work out and we're able to do everything, to then look at purchasing property somewhere else and moving. plan if we expand.
Which you would have to come back anyways
Yeah,
in
we
order
have
to
come back
expand.
for business
Unless,
and anything else.
it wouldn't if we don't limit it. If you make a motion to approve the plan limiting it to the proposed 30 by 40 hoop building that, and as this is proposed, then they would. But if you don't, if you just say approve, then you have up to 5,000 square foot hoop building. So you would, it depends on how you word it, is what I'm saying.
As long as they meet the setbacks.
As long as they meet the setbacks, if you don't word it as inclusionary to what their plan is, then they could put another one out in front of the house if they wanted to.
Yeah, well, we're not gonna put a security fence and hoop houses in the front of our property.
We can't go on what you say
Yeah, no, I
we have
appreciate
to,
that.
so what would be allowed if you don't? Whether,
You'll have to live there too, so.
So, do we have a motion?
No, we don't have a motion yet.
Okay. Trailer,
So really what we're looking at is that 30 by 40. That's the only building that falls into what we're talking about, right?
Those are the grow spaces. Those are where the actual live plants will be grown.
so the 8 by 32, that's a mobile home?
That's
Trailer
mobile
house?
office. It's an office. You see the state, the city has them, they're,
Like a job.
It's like a
trailer,
construction
Job.
office.
Yes, it's a mobile office. It's got a hitch on it, you move it with a vehicle, it's got electrical in it, and desks and windows, and like, it's a mobile office.
The 10 by 10, is that an indoor site for compost?
That is not indoor. That is gonna be, we've spoken with the EPA and talked about what we meet for, like, we are considered a small, I can't remember the exact, like, something minimal use, something, I don't remember the exact wording. But we've spoke with them about what we can and can't compost and the size. And so that is our just marked off area where we're gonna put in compost. I don't know if it's gonna be, it'll be at minimum on some sort of a platform or in barrels or slab. It just depends. Like as of right now, it's not fully enclosed. It's not in a building. Our compost is what they call de minimis. It's very small. And then anything that is considered hazardous waste or anything like that, we actually have to go up to the Perham Waste Management Facility where they will take care of everything. I believe it is.
The Prairie.
I don't know, I had a meeting last week, I don't know anything about that, nobody brought that up, wasn't
That
on the
was,
agenda.
speaking with some people from, I believe,
Who?
The
I don't know.
EPA?
It was the phone number you call, and we talked to somebody there and asked them about the compost stuff. They gave us all the RCWs and what we would meet. We still have to have several inspections, like we have to have a environmental hygienist come out to make sure that we meet all wastewater and waste management standards. The OCM has to come out and do inspections. And,
Well, I think that's beyond what we're
yeah, it's extremely regulated.
trying to figure out today.
So when you move to you, when you don't want to meet that 100-foot, it goes closer to the federal wildlife area?
It goes further away from the federal wildlife area, but it goes closer to residences. And then it'll be more visible from the road.
Yeah, but that's not what you're asking for. You're asking for the opposite. You want to move it closer to that federal property where there's.
Which isn't a discussion.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's up for the,
That-
that's for the board.
That would be for the Board of
And you
Adjustments.
can come to that one. It'll be very interesting and I'll be happy to.
So I'll make a motion to approve this permit following all setbacks. I mean, I don't know what else there is to say.
And,
Saying the house sizes?
yeah,
You're saying the size?
With according to those sizes, yes.
And so if we want to change anything as far as.
Point of order.
point of order, yeah, we got a good motion, so We have a motion.
I'll second.
So now we have a motion and second. So do we have any discussion?
I just texted Prairie Lakes, they cannot burn cannabis there, so that's not true. They said they can't,
I mean,
not
it
even
could-
won't do it, they said they can't do it.
It could be, we're maybe not even talking about Prairie Lakes. It could be just somewhere else.
There's lots of incidents
Yeah,
in Pearl.
I just said it because I thought that was the
So
only
now what,
incinerator.
so just to be clear, the motion that we just made in the second is to approve exactly what that diagram has.
No.
No.
Is limiting the sizes of the buildings and all of the buildings for that, in that diagram,
Could go
correct?
smaller.
Oh, you can, oh, yeah, that's as large as they can be.
That's, the limitation is that, those building sizes is what I would
Yeah.
interpret it.
Yeah, okay, that's what I meant when I said exactly. Okay. All right,
But not necessarily in that spot, because that's not within the setbacks.
No.
And I seriously have trouble with applying for a variance on something that, and I know
We were
that,
told to. I didn't know anything about what was going on.
You had
We
to, you were at 500, we were at
Yeah.
500 feet. If you wanted to apply here, you had to, not, there's,
what I'm saying is, I struggle with this on a, you barely have enough area to do much of anything on a 5-acre lot with the setback. So I can't support it because of the setbacks on the property, or that the footprint inside there is going to be so small. And I don't know, it just seems like it's kind of I struggle with this location because it's on such a small piece. With the 100-foot setback, I think your usable area is probably maxed out on just those. So
And that was the idea with the small.
the micro.
Yep, the facility.
Yeah.
And if we do expand, we were gonna look at purchasing land and moving. And so that was the thing. We were starting small and staying small while we're there.
And I think that by approving that footprint, we are saying that that's all you can do.
Mhm.
Yeah. And I'm okay with that as long as that's all you can do.
And I know you're in a pretty rural spot there. But when you start putting mobile offices out there on wheels, and I mean, it just starts to, I start to look at, is it a positive or a negative in that area?
Well, ain't there a big junkyard across the road from Dwight's? Or is that going now?
Well,
mean,
I don't know.
The house right across the street has got piles of tires.
Yeah, it's there's some, and I don't want to start picking on people. We're getting to the nuisance ordinance, but it's not a real beautification process out there.
we're gonna do a whole
All right.
ordinance update, I don't.
So let me be
How much
clear.
time you got left?
Let me get clear that you are concurring with planning and zoning with the maximum building sizes as established. Is that
Correct.
And you're good with that on the second?
Yeah.
Yep. All right, so we have a motion and a second. Any more discussion? Okay, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed?
I'm opposed.
Okay, so let's do a roll call. Barry?
No.
No. Erica?
Aye.
Phil?
No.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, motion passes.
Yeah, I'm gonna let you off the hook on the next two, but we're gonna go back to the first one.
Yeah,
Back
thank
to
you.
the
Thank
cannabis
you.
one?
Yeah, because it's really easy to administer for growing when you say that it only has to be 100 feet from property lines, and we don't mention schools, daycares, things like that. But when we were talking about limitations on property outside of the parcel where they're applying, I think we could work on that somehow, because if there is no church there, a church can't go there in the future, next to it.
Yes, they can. I
No,
mean,
because you'd be making this cannabis business non-conforming as soon as that church goes there, because it no longer meets a setback.
you'd have to, it would be called grandfathering in,
It would, but
and that's,
But
that you,
if it's 100 feet from the property line, it doesn't matter. Because it's the.
We're talking about retail.
Oh,
retail
retail.
only.
Retail, yeah.
The growing,
Yeah.
that one's easy now.
I thought you stated that it was property line is when you clarified that.
That was for the 100-foot one.
Yes,
No,
we did
no,
say
you,
that.
you said property line
I
on
did.
all of those.
But now the church, so essentially retail will have to be 500, you'll have to have a retail store 500 feet from every property line. That's what you'll have to have. Because that's how we said measured from property line. So, but when you throw church in there, now that's 1,000 feet and that says measured from property line, now you're 1,000 feet. So that language is not clear. And the reason I said that is because as soon as we skipped onto this, I thought about someone coming in to apply, which will happen. I'm like, how am I gonna administer this or interpret this? What is the goal? Is it as today? Like, okay, I come in, I wanna put a cannabis store in the mall parking lot. I gotta be 500 feet from a property line, but then do I have to be, as a crow flies, just, you know what I mean?
I think the setbacks shall be measured from property line for the growing.
Yeah.
Yep.
It was motioned and clarified that
was-
it was
yeah.
500 feet from property line or property line from any retail also. It was
Yeah,
clarified, so that's what was approved.
That's what we approved, yes.
What about liquor? I want to go back to liquor again. Can that go
I don't wanna
next door?
talk liquor, cause I just wanna get this ironed out.
Well, I realize
Somebody's
that,
gonna
but-
come in and I need to know how to do this, so let's stick with one thing here.
Mr. Chair, could
But
we?
we're gonna have, this is gonna, what I'm saying though, this is a big thing. Is it different than, why
Yes,
would?
it is, but I know how to administer a liquor store right now. I need to know how to administer
Yeah.
this.
Well, we
That's
ought to
my
do it
point.
just like a liquor store. I don't know why we wouldn't. Can somebody
Well,
tell
you,
me why we
you second the motion that changed it big time.
On grow, are we talking retail or
Yeah,
growing?
Retail.
We're talking
Retail.
retail.
We're talking retail.
Retail only.
Growing is not, we're done.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to get the grow thing going.
Yep.
Okay,
Yep.
let's get that straightened out.
Yep.
Now we're talking about retail.
Now we're talking about
right?
retail.
Why would it be any different than a liquor store or a bar? That's all I'm asking. If somebody can tell me that, I'd gladly go along with it. I just want somebody to tell me that.
Later. I need to know how to, we've.
Well, I know it, but
The motion was made, it's done, but I need to know what your intent was so I can interpret it and apply it. So when somebody, just take a piece of property and I want to apply for, I'm the applicant. How do you?
What did our ordinance say previously? Did it say retail from property line? Did it say it did? So that's what it currently is right now then? Because that's what we motioned it not
I
to
mean,
change that.
I don't,
But,
I think our setbacks are extreme,
yeah,
but if you want to go with that, I think you have to acknowledge that somebody, an example, a church coming in, they are exempt, we're not putting restrictions on where they can go because there's a cannabis store. So that cannabis store would be a grandfathered in because they're already established when a church moves in somewhat closer.
So
Church's choice.
what's
Yes.
the difference between a well, because this is the way I'm looking at it now. If you put a well here, you can't have a drain field here. That's a complete,
that's how I am.
and that's what
yeah.
I'm saying. It doesn't matter
One's
whether.
not grandfathered.
Yeah, so I tell people when you're planning your property, let's get this here and this here so we don't
But
screw
we
up
can't-
everything in the
We're
future.
talking numerous owners of properties. You're not talking one owner, and you're not talking a health concern about septic and well water. You're talking about, you don't want to limit someone building something within a setback from something else. I mean,
I
you can't, if you put a cannabis store on your property, now I want to build something that falls out on my property. You don't want to restrict me from what I can do on my property.
I absolutely don't, but I don't want to change this into something.
But I
that-
can do that if I drill a well on my property. I can restrict what's on yours. That's where this
And
gets
that's
tough.
exactly what I'm talking about. That's the way it works, and I see it.
If I drill a well on my property
But-
line, now
but
50 feet of your property is useless for a drain field.
Yeah.
so what we have approved currently
It's
right now.
setbacks is what I'm saying.
And that's what I'm trying to avoid.
Yeah,
And that's
so-
what I'm,
So what we currently have approved right now are, the setbacks are from the property line. So that doesn't affect the other people whatsoever.
But,
will if they.
but now we're
No.
gonna say if you want to retail, you have to at
No.
least have a 500.
I know, that to me is that seems
Chair.
ridiculous, but.
Mr. Chair, can I make a suggestion that we send this back to subcommittee, planning and zoning or zoning ordinance? Or do you need to know now? Because, I mean, we did that for a reason. We eliminated all that for a reason to come into compliance with everything else we do. Now, I didn't think about this either. But maybe we need to revisit what we had originally done.
Well, if we can leave, yeah, let's
Did we do
I'll
that
take
in
it for what-
zoning, or was that planning and zoning, or was that?
Ordinance advisory.
That was an
is-
ordinance.
Yeah, so I can take it back for, we'll leave
Barry, you'd have
the 100 in place and the 500 as of now, but we do need to clarify it for when we get a retail in front of us, it's gonna be hard to
Well, it's,
interpret what. is
Well, we
allowed.
can't, if a retail store goes up, you can't stop a residential from going up 500, within 500 feet of it.
Which was what I was trying to avoid, to say, measure it from
property line.
property lines, but yeah.
That really limits the retail spot. That's what I'm
Well,
saying.
it does, but you, even if, and
But it doesn't affect the neighbors.
let's say we agree that what we passed was okay. Let's say, we still can't, I still don't want to harm the adjoining property owner and what they can do on their
I
property.
don't think you are, but if you say we're going from the property line, you're not harming them.
Well,
They can do whatever they want.
What if you
Well, they can
want
do
to,
it.
No.
Not
what if you
whatever
want to
they
build a school or a church with, that's outside of that 500-foot property line? There's no church,
Well, that would be the only thing it would affect, yeah,
Or a daycare.
or daycare. Well,
you want to put a daycare next to you.
yeah, okay, now I understand.
So that's where, I mean, because there are greater restrictions than just the
Yeah,
property line.
Yeah,
but-
I got you. So if it's 500 feet from a residential place or whatever, residence, and then there's no church or school or daycare there, then there couldn't be unless it was, according to our ordinance, it couldn't be unless it was 1,000 feet away.
Right.
Okay.
I think what I'll do, here's part of the problem. The Ordinance Advisory Committee has a completely different opinion than the Planning Commission. That's an issue. We have to hold a public hearing, but to change anything, but I think I'll just bring you some language directly. And because we can't get those two groups to agree. So that's a problem.
Just have a public hearing here.
Yes.
Yeah.
You know what, Kyle, I think we could, if we presented all of this together, I think we're coming from two different sources.
Yeah, but some of the biggest opposition wasn't at their last meeting, and it will be, so.
I mean, I have to say, I'm not going to agree to no setbacks for retail. I mean, it doesn't mean if you guys do and I'm voted out, I'm voted out. I'm just saying I'm not going to agree.
Right. But
to
do we
no
say
setbacks.
just from use to use, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Or-
Maybe in residential, that's what we have to do to make it more clear.
The only, what
That's
about in
mine.
city limits then? These don't apply to Detroit Lake city limits. How about Lake Park and the small cities? Being they passed it on to us.
They haven't passed it on to us.
Yeah, that's
Audubon Lake Park
there.
has not.
Good.
Breezy has, they have their own, right? Have they any city? No?
They'll have to do their own.
Oh, they haven't done any yet? Those three
No.
haven't? Oh, wow.
No,
Okay, I didn't know that.
not to my knowledge.
We get all 37.
Well, then is that good with
Problem.
is that good with the board that Kyle brings it back to them and
Mm-hmm.
or he writes something up for us, we
I mean,
look at it? I don't know.
I look at if you're looking 500 feet from a property line of a adjoining residence, where can you put one?
Where can you put it? That's what I'm saying. Where can you put
You
it?
can't put one anywhere.
Anywhere. I mean, in the middle of nowhere. I mean,
Mr.
I
Chair.
don't understand why we would do that.
Yeah.
It's not
Mr.
gonna explode, it's not gonna, this is the part that gets.
There's no propane there. So.
Well, that's what, I mean.
Sorry, I didn't mean.
I would put it back
Talked
on,
about that.
I know. Go ahead, Phil. Sorry.
Mr. Chair, I'd put this back on Kyle to
Yeah.
come up with some language. You've got to enforce it. I tell people to go to you when they ask me questions. Come up with something reasonable, explain it well, and let's go from there. Because,
Yeah.
I mean, we're just
we're
spitballing
just-
here.
yeah.
So is planning and zoning, and really, I mean, zoning ordinance, I mean, we spent a little more time there, but come up with some suggestions that you can enforce. Is that,
Well, the
Yeah, we
problem,
had them at the advisory committee.
Well-
That was enforceable, and that's,
well, then,
yeah. But the other two, I got to work with the DNR to get an approval on. The third one, so the retaining walls, I got to get approval from them, so that was tabled. And then the third one, I think we already have something in place in our shoreline section of our ordinance. So I think we're probably good there, but I'm just going to keep it on the docket in case not. So that leaves us with just that nuisance discussion.
I'd like to add to the nuisance discussion, any cannabis growing or smell.
Yeah. Well, we obviously have a few very blight properties. Erica has one in her district.
I have one in mine, there's
you
one
have
out here
more
by
than one.
the Otter Tail River.
So,
That I just have to say is getting worse.
yes, so what, we have mechanisms in place, that would be a violation of our ordinance. The problem that happens is we go through the whole procedure, it gets to court, and it kind of, for lack of a better term, dies there. Oftentimes, there's a lot of mental health going on with these individuals and these property owners. I don't want to speak for every judge, but I think you're going to have a hard time with one issuing a bench warrant for somebody with too many cars on their property or something of that nature. So what we tried to do is I elevated a little bit of the presence by going out with Sheriff Glander to these individually unannounced, hoping that that would entice people to not have him there. That didn't work. So the suggestion I have for you is to go through a court order process with them and clean them up ourselves and then assess that cost. Because I just don't believe you're going to have any buy-in for the property owners themselves to do this. I mean, we've tried.
So we go, Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
we go clean them up. We put it back on their taxes to pay for it. They can't pay for it. The property becomes tax forfeited. I mean, if you take that all the way in worst case scenario, I mean, that's what could happen, right? So we have to have the intestinal fortitude to follow through with that. So to me, it's a balance again. The person with mental health or whatever issue they have, hoarding, whatever, versus all the neighbors. How do you balance that out? Is that what we're talking about here?
100%. I'm just, yeah.
But, just so you know, Phil, and maybe drug abuse is a mental health issue. Okay, I don't know.
It is.
But that's what's going on at these places that are doing this. It's not just somebody who's a little off. They're on some really bad stuff. And if they're my neighbor and you take their property and make them move away, I would shake your hand, because I have little kids and grandkids and people who are doing methamphetamine. I don't believe if you're putting something into your body that's making you be that person, you should go somewhere else and do it.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Varberg, I mean, maybe they have children and grandchildren too, and.
Well, keep them away from them too then.
Well, I just, if we're going to go forward with this, I mean, and then where do you draw the line at what's a nuisance property?
Well, that's
So
another discussion.
I don't disagree with any of
I
this.
think that we could address them one by one, because I've been to these properties and I can't believe that any of us would want that for our neighbor or say, I don't want to fix it. One of them out here, they're up all night burning stuff, and so the neighbors can't have their windows open. The other one out here, they're threatening people, and they've taken all the common property and piled junk there.
Well, that's the other thing with us. So I have sent people there. One of the public defenders said, do not go back there because he's threatened to kill you. We sent another guy, he ended up getting spit on in a wrestling match, and the cops were there. So it's probably one of the most difficult things to enforce, and we don't get a lot of buy-in when you tell somebody to clean their stuff up. They just...
I wonder if we can come up with some kind of policy of steps we need to take. Some of them being, no, we don't have it. We don't have anything in place. But some of them being making a referral to Human Services for mental health, or like somehow having some kind of and maybe we need to put something in place with your office, Kyle, Sheriff's Department, Human Services, Steve, a joint effort to come up with a plan to address these. And if we address it that way and the property owner refuses any help, then we know what our next step is, and we can tell the courts that we've tried and there's nothing we can do. There are properties that I feel like we need to do something about because they are a danger to neighbors, and it is not fair. The one out at my house, every spring, or not my house.
I was going to say.
My district.
Self-reporting, I guess.
The neighbors have to go through and clean out the field and pick bags and bags of garbage. We're not talking junk cars, and we're talking garbage out of the fields before they can do their field work.
I'd be
I
willing to
mean-
look at them as a board, one-on-one, go out and look at them. Does this seem like something you'd want next to your house? I mean,
Well, I think-
I think they do have to be looked at one by one. I think some of them are not dangers. I think an extra car is not a danger. But if the people are, if they're on drugs and doing things that
Well,
they shouldn't,
that's, yeah, I mean, that's,
then you can clearly see it. They're up all night. It's not,
well, I know, but, yeah, I can't go into court and say you're on drugs.
No.
Clean up.
So, Mr. Chair, Kyle, I want to go on the process. You said you've been down this road before.
Yes.
I mean, Erica said we don't have a process. Do we have a process? We've got to court and we just don't.
100%. I mean, again, I'm not saying that the court hasn't said, go clean your property up. They have, but when the folks don't do it, I don't think the court is going to put somebody in jail or,
We're not complying.
yes, that's,
So next question is this, what kind of resources in time and actual dollars? So the county goes in there at county expense and cleans up the property, and then we bill it back to them, which they probably won't pay or aren't able to pay.
well,
Is
we have
that-
one example. It was extreme, obviously, but there was one prior to me where they did this. That's where I got the idea. Because, you know, they're not complying, and obviously your constituents are upset and they don't think we're doing anything, and that's not, could be farther from the truth, because in Erica's district, cops have been there
You've been there.
a
Steve's
handful
been
of
there.
times. So I think Commissioner Jepson could be onto something with some type of little small task force where you take the PCA, you take environmental, you take the sheriff, and you take our office, and
But there certainly has to be some mechanism, like, I mean, the city has ordinances, I mean, that we, I mean, and they're a lot, they're pretty strict on what you can do in your property in the city limits in Detroit Lakes. They have, actually, I think someone, well, I'm sure they have staff that monitor it quite well and probably get more complaints than we do on small things. So it is a balancing act, but there's no question on some of these that there needs to be improvements. I mean, we're not talking about the neighbor fighting against neighbor. We're talking about significant deficiencies in mental health. I mean, you have to almost have mental health issues if you're living in that in some of those situations. So recognize there is, and some of them are obviously have other things, but such as law breaking things that they're probably, but so.
well, in District 1, they were living in boats on that property. And yeah, and sometimes when they get so bad, these folks don't have the means to clean it up. I mean, it gets so out of control that.
Out of control, overwhelming. Like, how do you, you tell them to bag 5 bags of garbage up a week and bring it, and it's gonna. I mean, it's not feasible. And they don't have the resources. I mean,
right.
I'm thinking of mine. Like, it would take thousands of dollars in the one in my district that in order to get it.
I'm sure there's numerous types of issues that we're dealing with hoarding or, that are, you like you watch TV. Some of those are just mental health. I mean, serious mental health issues. In other cases, there could be a drug usage or, or something like that would trigger these, unkept properties. So I think you have to kind of address it as a, get your steps here. And if this is the problem, go this way. And, there are different avenues to travel depending upon the problem. And I think it's something we should look into and.
So what is our direction to carry then? I want to know what's going to cost. I want to know in hours and dollars. I mean, the potential, do we have a budget for this
You have
or?
to put it out for bids, each one individually.
Yeah.
and we'd have
If
to
you're
charge
doing a
it back to
cleanup.
the property. So there,
And then they can't pay and
and they have to
then we
go
got
away,
another
which is
forfeited.
What we're, if I'm their neighbor, that's what.
I'm not opposed to it.
Well-
Yeah.
Have you looked at any of them?
Where is
I looked at the one in Brandy Lake.
where is your road tour going today?
It's not a road tour.
We're just going
We're
out
just
to
going
that
out to
lot.
Dunlocks.
I think we were gonna try to go to,
I don't got any out there.
So Carrie, did you get direction on that? I mean, I don't know if I.
No.
I mean,
What-
Richard and I could bring it up, the proposal at Human Services at our meeting next week, just to see what their thoughts are. I mean,
Yeah.
because it really is about,
I think
mental
it's a
health and other-
collective, a
Mhm.
collective, like, who do you need at the table, a task force? Because again, you have people that have properties, they don't probably have the resources. You can tell them to clean it, it's not going to happen. But then if we go in, we've got expenses, if we're going to clean it, if that works, it takes time, energy, money.
Mhm.
And then
I mean,
if you
are we-
clean it, then it doesn't go right back if you
Mhm.
don't
Are
deal
we
with the
looking
issues.
strictly on the aesthetics, or are we looking at inside the home to where there's
no, I don't think we're
No,
looking
I don't think we're
inside the
going
home.
just the
I'm looking at impacts to the neighbors, okay? Burning all night and up all night, garbage this deep across the property. I mean, that to me is an impact to a neighbor. Threats when you stop in front of a house and if there's threats there. Putting your stuff on other people's property.
Well, I think that too, but also the inside could escalate to impact neighbors if you have rodent issues, if you have those kinds of things as well.
Which can all be environmental issues, which is why you
Right.
need to collaborate with planning, zoning,
Well, and
mental health, environmental. You shouldn't be burning, you shouldn't be burning out on, right?
well, you can't burn garbage, it's illegal.
Yeah, you can't burn it.
Well, these, according to the neighbor over here, they burn it almost.
Well, there's people burning garbage all over this county, I'll tell you that, but
Well, and maybe there's something out there, some model that some other counties or entities
Yeah.
have done about how to deal with some of these issues.
Mr. Chair, you got one other issue.
You know,
up at
Yeah,
the
go ahead,
tribal-
Roger.
At the tribal, because we tried that 25 years ago, 22 years ago, to do that, work with the tribe. Okay, we had the county plus the tribe gonna do. The ordinance person on a wider came and said, you gotta stop. The election is 1 month away, you know, for the tribal. So you had that issue there, and there's enough of it. We have them in our township. But you also, on this side of the reservation, you can do other things, but once you move there, you got them to deal with it also, just my
I
comment.
think
Thanks, Roger.
if you have any discussion, you want to include the tribal.
Yes,
Mhm.
yes.
Yes.
Tribal on.
Yep, I think so too.
I mean, because I'm sure, I mean, you want there's mental health issues, everyone would like to offer help.
Mhm.
You know. And I mean, there's some criminal activities separate than mental health issues, I think.
Well, and
Correct,
that,
two separate.
and I think there is a big difference there. And if it is a mental health issue, yes, I want to be more compassionate. But if it's something you're putting into your body and you're deciding whether it's whatever it is, if you're, even if it's heavy alcohol use and you're screaming in your underwear, I don't know, whatever, if you're doing it to yourself.
well, that's really easily, that's disorderly, and you can
Yeah.
call cops and fix that right now. I can't fix the junk, but I can fix somebody in their underwear drinking. That
I mean, I
wouldn't
think,
be fun.
that's the struggle here, Kyle, is
Yeah.
we're talking about, I think we're talking about two separate issues.
Yeah.
Yes.
We're talking about behaviors of those that live there.
Yeah,
And their
How
items.
it's interfering with their neighbors, and we're talking about the actual property, and I think what we need to tackle is the property.
property and then
The-
the law enforcement can tackle
What
behaviors.
triggers county involvement?
Yeah. All right. So you're gonna bring it to your committees, you're gonna bring those, all right, sounds great. Any further on that?
No.
All right, so we are adjourned.
Good.
Yeah.
So I just have to say, I have to be back home by 1:30. I'm a half hour away, so I think I'm gonna.
Okay.
Lots.